from 2:30 until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Make sure you travel before 2:30 or after 3 to avoid some delays and diversions. In Cape Town, weather conditions are set fairer this morning than there has been. Still chilly though, but no rain, no winds, and driving conditions much improved. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Plenty of action with regards to... A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Orlando Pirates and Cape Town City end in a 1-1 draw, while the teen sensation Relebohile Mofokeng scores for Pirates. We'll bring you the details just before 6:30.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
It has just gone 9 minutes after 6 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the Thursday edition of SAfm Breakfast. My name is Oliver Dixon. Thank you so much for being with us. Really do appreciate it. Lots coming up on the show today. President Ramaphosa had earlier in the week approved a new law pertaining to South Africa's water resources. We're going to be making sense of that. This law creates a national water resource infrastructure agency. Seems like another sort of centralized state-owned enterprise of sorts to enhance water security. We'll get into the minutiae of that a little bit later on in the show, and I do want you to be a part of that conversation. It deeply impacts your life. And the Road Accident Fund, they want to assist the Department of Health pertaining to unscrupulous lawyers and unrooting unscrupulous lawyers. So remember, the Road Accident Fund has for years now been dealing with lawyers that have been attempting to defraud the Road Accident Fund through submitting either fraudulent claims for road accident victims or by inflating the claims and oftentimes withholding a large portion of that money from the beneficiaries or not passing that money on to the beneficiaries at all. The Department of Health has a similar problem. You recall, I think it was on Monday or Tuesday, we were in conversation here on the show with Minister Aaron Motsoaledi about their medical legal claims. And they said that since they've handed over some of these investigations to the SIU going as far back as 2015-14, they have been able to save the department 3 billion rand in fraudulent medical legal claims. And what the minister had said to us, that he's thinking through it. They don't quite have an answer yet, but he's thinking through redesigning the medical legal claims that patients can submit by establishing a suitable body through which those claims can happen, and that body will sort of function somewhat independently. It's not a panacea to the problem, but it certainly helps a lot, he would say. By the way, I don't know why we call it medical legal claims, because it hides the fact that these are medical negligence claims, right? Maybe we must use the word negligence, because otherwise we wouldn't be talking about them. And then we're also going to be talking to the Institute of Race Relations. They believe the move by Action SA and the ANC in the city of Tshwane to oust Celia Brink, the mayor there, is ill-advised, and that it would leave the residents of the city of Tshwane worse off. We're going to be speaking to Marius Ruet, who is a campaign manager at the Institute of Race Relations. By the way, the Institute of Race Relations, for the first time I saw them speaking out about a Democratic Alliance appointment, and this pertains to, by the way, John Steenhuisen's appointed Chief of Staff. We might parenthetically ask them about that. The Eldorado's Park School Governing Body Forum are demanding to meet with the MEC of Education, because they say schools can't continue to be held hostage in the area by ill-disciplined learners. What does that mean? What's been happening in Eldorado Park? We'll get the details on that from them. That and a lot more coming up on the show. You can react to any of our conversations. Send us a WhatsApp voice note on 0614-104-107. Tweet me, it is at Oliver_speaking. Give us a call. It is 086 000 2032. And you can also find me on Facebook. It is Oliver Dixon over there. 12 minutes after 6.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. It's Elimination Week and the bottom 6 must bake their ultimate cookie and milkshake pairing. It's a match made in heaven, but will they perfect their flavor combinations under pressure? Take part in the weekly viewers competition and stand a chance of winning a classic stand mixer to the value of 10,000 Rand. That's the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7. Repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
It's Truck Month at Ford, and that means one thing. You save big when you upgrade to a 4x4. For a limited time only, get a Ford Ranger 4x4 from only $8,599 per month. Visit your nearest Ford dealer to get the best deal on a Ranger 4x4 from only $8,599 per month with free 4x4 driver training. TNCs apply.
Bafana Bafana are taking on Uganda at Orlando Stadium on Friday, 6 September 2024 at 6 p.m. This AFCON 2025 qualifier is the beginning of a journey to improve on the bronze medal from 2023. Gates open at 3 p.m. and tickets are available at Ticket Pro. 60 Rand for adults, 30 Rand for children under 12, scholars in uniform and students with student cards. A family ticket at 140 Rand allows 2 adults and 2 children. Come dressed in support of Bafana Bafana to win prizes. If you are not at the stadium, catch the game on SABC3 at 6 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. For more details, visit safa.net and Bafana Bafana on X and TikTok.
Keeping you informed and ready for the day ahead on hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
14 minutes after 6 o'clock, we take a look at your weather this morning. We start with some of your severe weather alerts with an impact-based warning, a yellow level 2 warning for waves leading to damage of coastal infrastructure and disruption of small harbors and ports expected between Port Alfred and Richards Bay this morning. And you can expect very cold conditions in places over the interior of the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and the southwestern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Otherwise, taking a look at your indicators, a very chilly morning here in Johannesburg, but it's fine weather, reaching a high of 24 today. Vereeniging will be chilly in the morning as well with 0 degrees, but reaching a high of 24. Fine weather to be expected over there. Mbombela will be cloudy with morning fog patches and drizzle, reaching a maximum of 16. Polokwane will be reaching a maximum of 20, also partly cloudy with morning fog patches. Mahikeng will be fine with a maximum of 24, while Bloemfontein very chilly this morning, minus 2 degrees Celsius there with a maximum of 17. Fine weather to be expected there, as is in Kimberley, a maximum of 17, also a minus 2 this morning. Fine weather to be expected. Cape Town will be partly cloudy, becoming fine. You can expect a light and variable wind in the morning, becoming moderate to fresh southeasterly, a maximum of 15 in Cape Town. Gqeberha will be reaching a high of 16. Partly cloudy in the morning, otherwise fine. You can expect partly cloudy weather in George as well with a maximum of 14. In Richards Bay, you can expect a maximum of 16, cloudy with scattered showers in the morning. And moving over to other parts of the country. Oh, my weather screen had just crashed on me, so I might need to refresh that to find you some of those indicators of some of the other provinces. Doesn't seem to load up right now, but as soon as I have that, I will bring that to you a little bit later on. I'll be tweeting out the weather report. Follow me. It is at Oliver_speaking, 16 minutes after 6.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
086 000 2032. Give us a call. I want to ask you this question, and it's a conversation I've been having with friends at length, trying to make sense of it. I don't have an answer to it because it requires us to dig into the political psyche of a specific person. We all know that Action SA has made a dramatic shift away from their previous stance, which is they will never work with the ANC and they'll never coalesce with the ANC. In fact, Action SA was part of the multi-party charter, which the Democratic Alliance was leading, but since left when the multi-party charter did not garner enough support. Herman Mashaba had then, by a 360, by a 180 turn, decided to work with the ANC. They said that that is what their voters had signaled to them after the election, and they went to their constituencies and engaged them. Now, I've spoken to a lot of Action SA people who are quite relatively middle to senior prominent in the party, and they say they weren't really engaged on it. It felt like a decision that came from the top. They're not necessarily disagreeing with the decision, right? But they say they weren't engaged in the formulation of that decision as Herman Mashaba makes it out to be. The question I want to ask you is this. Do you think that Herman Mashaba's shift in wanting to now work with the ANC to oust the Democratic Alliance, very specifically in Gauteng, is a vindictive move? I'll tell you vindictive why. Herman Mashaba, at every turn of him describing why it is that he doesn't want to work with the Democratic Alliance, he often makes reference to things that happened during his tenure as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg and his experience in working with the Democratic Alliance then. He is disgruntled with the conditions under which he had to leave the party and as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg. There is clearly no love lost between Herman Mashaba and the Democratic Alliance. Do you think his motivation is born out of vindication, being vindictive, rather than political foresight? I'm not sure if I see much political foresight in the decision to work with the ANC. Maybe you do. There's a very specific reason I'm asking this. Is because if there was an earnest and sincere willingness to want to work with the ANC in turning the country around, Action SA would have joined the National Coalition, right? The Government of National Unity is what they call it. They would have joined it. We don't know why they didn't join it. There's no compelling answer for it. But they're willing to work with the ANC in Gauteng at a local government level. They now successfully had taken over the city of Johannesburg. They're moving on to the city of Ekurhuleni and will now move on to the city of Tshwane. That's how the tables are now shifting in Gauteng, right? Is it born out of being vindictive towards the Democratic Alliance? I'm also asking this because multiple other senior members of that party have a history with the Democratic Alliance that leaves a sour taste in their mouths. Ethel Trollip, who we spoke to yesterday, very similarly doesn't have a good relationship left with the Democratic Alliance. Michael Beaumont, who is effectively the CEO of Action SA. Michael Beaumont and John Steenhuisen have a terrible relationship. They have real actual beef that extends beyond politics, that flows into their personal lives. It's a well-documented history of their friction. I'm not going to go into the detail of that. So my question is this. Do you think Action SA has changed their political stance to work with the ANC because they want to hurt the DA specifically, not for political reasons, but just because they want to be vindictive? Give me a call, 086 000 2032. It's 20 minutes after 6.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
Israel had carried out raids and airstrikes in multiple parts of the occupied West Bank early on Wednesday. Very specifically, the West Bank, not Gaza. And it killed 9 Palestinians in this offensive. They say, Israel by the way, say that this is the most expansive in years. Expansive meaning the widest attack they've had on the West Bank. What is the motivation for this? Given that all the intelligence we had earlier on, if Israel is to be believed on this, was that Hamas was operational in Gaza, not in the West Bank. So what is the rationale and motivation for attacking the West Bank? I have no idea. Roland Henwood, political scientist at the University of Pretoria. Maybe you have an idea. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What do you think is happening there?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Indications are from the Israeli side that they are under attack also from areas in the West Bank, and the specific issue underpinning that is movement of people and arms into the West Bank area, probably in reaction to what is happening in Gaza. 2 dimensions: reaction in terms of people starting to react against what Israel is doing. And then the other issue is it's very difficult in Gaza. There's a different route of access for weapons and people, and that is through the West Bank. So that's what the position is in terms of the Israeli operations.
Does this bring about a different dimension to the body of evidence that will now have to be submitted before the International Court of Justice? Remember, the International Court of Justice, in their provisional measures, very specifically said all actions taking place in Gaza, very specifically, that evidence will be collected. But now the war has been expanded into other Palestinian territories like the West Bank. Does that change that dynamic? And do you foresee applicants like South Africa and Ireland, for instance, going back to the court and saying, hey, can you change those provisional measures to take a look very specifically at the West Bank as well?
Well, it's possible to broaden that, although I think what will probably be more likely is that, and more easier, is that the focus on what happens more from the International Criminal Court, which does not have to wait for states to bring action. They can go and do investigations on their own, and they have already done that. They actually, in terms of some elements, ahead of what is happening in the International Court of Justice, which is a much more difficult, much more elaborate process, legal process that is unfolding. So in the short term, I don't think that is going to change the dynamics. If one looks at what's happening, the war is expanding, and it's expanding into new areas in response to both, let's call it domestic, on the ground issues, but also in terms of the region.
Yeah. Importantly here is the question around public sentiment and goodwill. Israel has lost a lot of moderate supporters. It's lost a lot of public goodwill, and it's clearly not winning the narrative globally on its motivation for the war. What does this attack in the West Bank do to that?
Well, we've already seen the European Union speaking out against it, saying Israel should not go there, should not expand the conflict in that sense. Of course, from an Israeli perspective, how do you defend yourself? What is it that you require? And that's where the complexity comes into it, both domestically and regionally. Although more and more governments are speaking out against what is happening, atrocities, on the other hand, we see the basic argument of the right of Israel to protect itself and to exist being maintained. And that's not going to change in the short term. But the pressure is mounting, the sentiment towards Israel is changing quite significantly. And important, it's also changing within the country. There are more and more indications of people who are starting to react against government of Netanyahu, speaking out, protesting what is happening. And there are basic issues. The one is get a ceasefire and get the hostages back. That's the underlying issue. Yeah. And there seems to be very little movement and success on that. Yes, there are some successes, but not that is going to satisfy the appeal of those on the side of get a ceasefire and get the hostages back.
Yeah, and very importantly, the conversation around the ceasefire is an ongoing conversation. An American delegation had visited Israel 2 weeks ago. Israel had visited an American, Israel delegation had gone to America. Part of this is an ongoing effort towards negotiating a ceasefire. There doesn't seem to be any movement on that. In fact, Israel is getting more and more aggressive and emboldened in its war efforts. What would be the conditions that bring about a ceasefire?
Well, an agreement between Hamas, Palestinian Authority, Israel, and other role players with vested interests. And that's the sticking point. I think the one dimension here is that it's not only decisions of those who are directly involved in the conflict, but also the decisions of other role players who have strong influence in the region and who may not share the same sentiments even with those that they support. And that's what makes it so difficult. It's not just Israel negotiating with Hamas on the immediate issue of, they're not negotiating directly, indirectly on the immediate issue of people who are held captive. But it's also the interests of regional role players such as Iran, the role of Qatar, the role of Egypt, the role of the US, and so on can continue. Yeah. And that's what makes it so very difficult. Keep in mind also, this is not a new conflict. It's a history of conflict. It's described as one of the intractable conflicts in the world. So it's not going to be easy and it's not going to come quickly. We've seen what happens in this area. It's always much more difficult than many people understand and anticipate.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really do appreciate your time and your insights. Roland Henwood, political scientist at the University of Pretoria. I'm taking your reactions. Give me a call, 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
27 minutes after 6 o'clock. Taking your WhatsApp voice note reaction, 0614-104-107. By the way, tweet me at Oliver_speaking. Let's have a listen at this.
Good day. ANC, Kiditsotsi, they are smarter. than other parties. They will be in government maybe forever. The way they are working, they are operating. They work with all parties. They work with DA, they work with EFF, they work with Action SA, all parties.
Morning, Oliver. All these political parties, all of them, they are vindictive. There is no political foresight when they act. ANC to work with the DA, it was to sort out Imkondo and the EFF. Floyd Chibambo going to MK is sorting out Malema. Element Mashaba to work with the ANC is trying to sort out DA. All of this, all of them, there is no political foresight there. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Lisa from Brixton.
That might be a fair point. It might be that the megalomania of politicians requires a level of, I guess, vindication and being vindictive. I asked a question about Action SA and Herman Mashaba, but the reality is, and I think that voice note is 100% correct, spot on, that it is a function of a lot of politicians. Stephen in Johannesburg, good morning. Go for it.
Good morning. Just offering some thoughts on Herman Mashaba and being vindictive. I am not sure if he's being vindictive or not, but I won't hold it against him. What we see at the DA is that they are very good at doing a U-turn. I want to say deceitful, but it's a bit of a challenge. When the ANC was negotiating the GNU, we see the DA coming to the media and letting things get out. Now that they are in a GNU, which I believe has been obviously attempted with legitimate intent, even if there are some political spins on the word or whatever you call it, the DA comes up and trashes it and says, this is a coalition. So the DA are like champion backstabbers, and I understand that Herman's frustrated.
Okay, that's a fair point. Thanks a lot for that. Appreciate it, Stephen. Marumo, very briefly, I have to get to headlines. Go for it.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Look, the way Mr. Mashaba used to hate the ANC, I heard even Commander, the ex-mayor there, saying he used to hate ANC so much that there was no time when even if the ANC was right, he could say the ANC was right. So I was very shocked to hear the words like there's an ANC of today, this is the ANC of today, not of yesterday, or something like that.
Yeah.
When he was talking about the ANC. But when they were busy forming this multi-party coalition with those other parties, those 8 parties, you know, the time Action SA, he trusted the DA with his life. You understand? He told the DA, and he never thought the ANC would disappoint him, the DA, sorry, to disappoint him at the end of the day and form this thing not with the ANC. I was so surprised. A person from the DA later on wanting to do something, the way that he hated the ANC, wanting to get rid of he didn't care about that.
Sure.
He didn't really care about that. But what I think he's doing in a short space of time.
Yeah, Maruma, I am going to have to leave it there, sir, unfortunately. I think the core point has been made. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate your call. It's 31 minutes after 6 o'clock. Let's take your latest headlines.
Thank you, Oliver. News headlines at 6:30 on SAfm. I am Ondalamba and a very good morning. Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean Macpherson says 338 government buildings across the country have been hijacked. The minister briefed the media and Parliament on his first 8 weeks in office. A total of 8 members of Mkondo Wesizwe Party have now been sworn in as members of Parliament, and the Municipal Workers Retirement Fund has raised concerns about municipalities defaulting on workers' pension contributions, saying this is likely to affect their two-party benefit. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news coming out of Pretoria's Hatfield area. The N4 East has been reopened finally. Stayed closed all night last night. Only opened around 6 a.m. this morning. That's following yesterday's major truck crash, which caused major delays coming out of Hatfield. But all clear today. Joburg off to a pretty good start this Thursday. Peter Maritzburg down to Durban, and Durban to Peter Maritzburg will be disrupted with some blasting today. 2:30 until 3 p.m. A half-hour closure, full closure of the highway between New England Road at Peter Maritzburg and Ashburton, exit in the Ashburton area. So all of that traffic going Peter Maritzburg, Durban will be stacked or diverted during that closure. Make sure you're travelling before 2:30 or probably after sort of 3:15, 3:20. Once the road has been safely reopened and the backlog, particularly of truck traffic, smooth through. Kept out a lot of pressure coming out of Mitchell's Plain this morning. AZ Berman through all the construction for My City Lanes, very heavy up towards the R300, M7 North, R300 West, even Velta Freden Road running beside the M7, quite heavy heading up towards the Farkensley Road this morning. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
We celebrate this morning, Zai. Bayanda Walaza winning the 100-meter gold in the World Under-20 Championships. He's the fastest teenager in the world.
Listen, man, when you team South Africa,
old.
That's what you do.
He's in matric. He's supposed to be writing prelims now. He's busy running World Championship races.
I mean, Bayanda, listen, you, when you are unstoppable at that age, you are unstoppable.
I think the Department of Education must give him a concession.
Of course they will. They'll give him more than a concession. But let's get into this two matches. There were no concessions. That's one thing for sure. The MTN8 semi-final, two matches that happened yesterday. Orlando Pirates, Cape Town City playing to a 1-1 draw. And we also saw the teenage star there, another teen doing exceptionally well. Relebohile Mofokeng putting Pirates ahead. And so it was wonderful to see that there was also a deflected shot from Jaden Rhodes, which brought City level in the second half. Meanwhile, the other semi-final, Stellenbosch FC delivered a stunning 1-0 victory against Mamelodi Sundowns at a packed Lucas Moripe Stadium. Fawaz Basadin's penalty secured the win after Devon Titus was brought down in the box. Now, both semi-final ties are now finally poised for the second leg showdown this weekend. Elsewhere, Liverpool forward Darwin Núñez has been banned for 5 international games after an altercation with spectators. And this was when his national team, Uruguay, were beaten by Colombia. And Núñez was seen physically confronting Colombia fans in the stands after the final whistle in the Copa America semi-final in July. Let's go to cricket, where the England captain Ollie Pope says the return of the test ranks of Nottinghamshire pace bowler Ollie Stone was exciting. Stone plays his first test in 3 years in the second test against Sri Lanka at Lord's, starting this afternoon with England looking for a win to clinch the 3-match series.
He's obviously had a tough time and had injuries that unfortunately fast bowlers can just game, especially when they bowl up to 90 miles an hour. So just really excited for Ollie to get the opportunity to pull that shirt back on. I know how hard it's worked and I know how hard it is being injured for such a long period of time. So it kind of gives you a bit of perspective on things, and I'm just excited to be out on the pitch with him. And obviously he's an exciting bowler who can bowl at good pace and with good skills as well.
Rugby, the Springboks have confirmed that Ibn Etzebeth has been cleared to face the All Blacks in Johannesburg come Saturday after completing training sessions this week. Initially, he was excluded because of injury, but now he replaces Marco van Staden on the bench. This provides the team specialist lock cover for the starting combination of Peter Steph du Toit and Rowan Nokia. The test will mark Etzebeth's 125th in the green and gold jersey, and he is on track to overtake Brian Habana into second place amongst the most capped players in Springbok history. Victor Matfield leads with a record of 127 test caps. And that wonderful news of Bayanda Walaza winning the 100-meter titles, that's at the World Under-20 Track and Field Championships, all happening in Lima, Peru. It was good to see that Walaza, only 18, clocked 10.19 seconds. He was also part of South Africa's 4x100-meter relay. That's the team that took silver at the Paris Olympics. And in the Paralympics, we've got the official draw of the wheelchair tennis event, and that will see
KG Montjane, the 3-time Grand Slam champion from South Africa, currently ranked number 8, is seeded 7th in the women's singles draw. She'll start her campaign against China's Liu Go, who is ranked 19th globally. We'll bring you more sport, top of the hour on SAfm Breakfast. I'm Zaika.
Bradley also got a medal there. He got bronze. Shout out to him.
Well, hey.
Yeah.
I was just like telling it up. Do you think we're going to get more from the 7 last year from Paralympics?
Absolutely. Paralympics, I'm excited for that.
I know.
37 minutes after 6.
There's sponsoring a news feature. Then there's helping your clients make the news. Search Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking to see how far they can take your business.
The Business Update on SAfm.
And we head into this one now. NVIDIA, they had brought out their second quarter earnings, which had topped the expectations of analysts. Ndaulen, good morning. Take us to that. Is Facebook still its biggest customer?
Morning, Oliver. So Facebook, Microsoft and Google, just some of the biggest customers that NVIDIA has at the moment. Those numbers finally out, and as expected, NVIDIA has delivered upbeat results. During the second quarter, revenue surged following 3 years of extremely strong growth, with sales more than tripling each year. Now, net income in the meantime more than doubled. NVIDIA has really just become a bellwether for markets, benefiting from that AI boom, with its stock price more than doubling this year. It's now the second most valuable company in the world, just behind Apple, with a market value of over $3 trillion. Now, one of its biggest contributors to earnings is the data center business. Sales they hit a record high. This, of course, comes as those top tech companies like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, as well as Meta, spend more on artificial intelligence. These companies, which use NVIDIA's products, expect to invest even more in AI infrastructure, showing a strong demand for AI tech. It'll be interesting to see how markets open today, especially those US markets, and whether these earnings are good enough to boost equities, as we had analysts say that they will deliver good earnings, right? But are they going to still have that wow factor to boost overall sentiment? So it'll be interesting to see how markets open around 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, it would be fantastic to see that, especially given the uptake of AI in the world right now. I mean, even I use a lot of AI tools these days. CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company, they cut on its annual guidance.
That's right. Now, this is the company that was responsible for the Microsoft outage in July. It's lowered its full-year earnings forecast, accounting for hits from the outage. The group now expects revenue growth of between $3.89 billion to $3.9 billion. That is down from management's June forecast for revenue between $3.98 billion to $4 billion. So not much of a difference. The global outage caused millions of computers to crash, leading to flight cancellations, delayed package deliveries, and postponed medical appointments. Now, the CEO has since apologized, saying it mistakenly distributed a flawed content configuration update for its Falcon sensor to computers running Microsoft Windows operating systems, with the intent to gather data on new attacks. But I guess that didn't work out. Now, since the outage, CrowdStrike has been under scrutiny. Shareholders have filed a suit against the company, and Delta Airlines, which cited $380 million in lost revenue and $170 million in costs because of the incident, said it will seek damages. Travelers have also filed class action lawsuits against CrowdStrike. So those costs just piling up, and the company has warned of a profit hit in the next set of numbers.
Did Microsoft dump them?
No, they didn't.
Okay. So why are they panicking? Anyway, how did the markets close yesterday?
So US stocks closed in the red yesterday, pressured by a decline in NVIDIA's share price as investors braced for the chip maker's latest earnings reports. Those numbers were released after the bell, so markets will only digest the results today. Over in Asia, markets mostly negative territory, following global peers as they zoom in on those results, those NVIDIA's results. Now, traders on that front are saying that NVIDIA's numbers lacked the wow factor to impress investors, this despite doubling its income. Moving Moving over to local markets, that negative sentiment also showing its head here on the JSE as investors held off on making any new bets on riskier assets. With that, we saw the all share fall 0.63% in yesterday's trade. The rand, in the meantime, trading slightly weaker at 17.82 the dollar on the back of that risk-off sentiment that we are seeing globally.
Darling, thank you so much for that. Catch up with you in the next hour.
There's listening to the news. Then there's making the news. Grow your business into the next big thing with Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking. When you choose Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking, you get access to our transactional banking solutions. Accessing our transactional banking solutions means you'll get a dedicated manager from the country's best relationship bank. When you have a dedicated relationship manager, their business is to understand your business and its financial needs. By understanding all your needs, they can connect you with the right sector and product experts across 15 key African markets. You see, there's transactional banking, then there's transactional banking with us. Search Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking. Standard Bank is an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Taking your calls and reactions, let's go to the lines. Prophet OJ in Mahikeng. Good morning. Go for it.
Good morning, Oliver. My overview of our political landscape in the country has led me to believe that South Africa is practicing what we could term politics. And the dictionary defines politics here as the art of tricking the voters through trickery. In other words, you won't trust any political party in South Africa, their stand and what they say they are. They are this today, tomorrow they are that. It means they are no longer practicing politics, but politics whereby the interest is on their on their party ideologism more than the interest of the people they claim to serve.
Yeah,
I'm saved by the blood of God Jesus Christ.
Okay, thank you so much for your call, Prophet OJ. I really appreciate that. It is 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
Your geyser would have hot water, but some people overloaded the transformer with their illegal connections. You're late again and the robots don't work. Some people vandalized it for copper. The whole community doesn't have electricity because some people have been bridging meters for a small fee, and now the transformer has exploded due to overloading. Don't allow illegal connections by criminals to inconvenience you and your community. Report criminals to ESCOM on 0800 11 2722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Feel like you're paying too much for car insurance? Be like 43-year-old Anissa, who pays only 1,289 Rand per month to insure her silver 2019 Toyota Hilux Raider e-cab with Outsurance. Get a quote from Outsurance today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754 now. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
It is 14 minutes to the top of the hour. You're listening to SAfm Breakfast. My name is Oliver Dixon. Thank you so much for being with us. The Eldorado Park Schools Governing Body Forum is demanding that the MEC of Education in Gauteng, Matume Chulane, meets with them, or else, by no later than the 30th of August, they will, if this demand is not met, will shut down all the schools in Eldorado Park, stopping matric prelim exams for 5 days until their demands are met. Why are they doing this? Well, they say the schools can no longer be held hostage by ill-disciplined learners in a department that wants to do nothing about it. How rife of a problem is this? Chris Karis Pretorius, who's the Eldorado Park Schools Governing Body Forum Media Liaison, joins us. Karis, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. What is the problem?
Good morning, Oliver. I'm sure that you're aware of what has been happening in the community of Eldorado Park, especially when it comes to our schools. We've had incidents of shooting, we've had incidents of stabbings. Just recently, we've had 3 classrooms gutted by fire that unfortunately was started by 3 learners at the school. Now, the biggest challenge here is that the Department of Education is basically turning a blind eye to the challenges that we are facing, and especially our district office. They don't come out. There's no trauma counselling. There's no sort of support received by the schools from the district office. So we've said, well, if the district is not going to come to us, maybe the MEC will hear our cry when it comes to securing our schools and also ensuring that certain things happen when it comes to the safety of not just learners but educators in our schools as well.
What is the intervention with regarding safety that you would like to see happen?
Well, for one thing, when it comes to the learners in particular, learners have, unfortunately, there have been incidents where learners have threatened to harm other learners, where they actually done it. The Department of Education has they've almost not seen what is happening, and when they do, there's a very soft touch when it comes to how they deal with learners in cases like this. And also, people have a tendency of then phoning the department directly and saying to them, okay, well, I know you, so you need to ensure that this situation with my daughter, with my son, goes away. And that is exactly what has been happening. Parents come in, they too have challenges with regards to how they behave when they are on school premises. So it's entirely a case of the department basically leaving schools in Eldorado Park to fend for themselves, and then security is deployed, but security is just not efficient, or sufficient rather, for the challenges that we are faced with.
Gareth, just on that, the SGB has full control over whether to expel or suspend a learner due to ill discipline, and you say parents get the department to get involved. Can you give me an example of where one such case has happened?
Well, last year at a school in Eldorado Park, there was a young man who was involved in gangsterism, and there had been a shooting actually on the school premises over that weekend. When the young man was taken into custody and apprehended, there were charges brought against him and all of those kinds of things. The family then went to the department, and the department said, okay, no, it's not a problem. He can write his matric exams. We said, okay, fine, can he not write in a controlled environment and not in an environment where all the other learners are? Those kinds of suggestions were made. And the department was adamant that this boy would sit in a location with all of the other matriculants, and he would write his exam, and but they didn't provide any additional security. The school then had to ensure that there was additional security, that SAPS was notified, and that SAPS was on standby. So it's ultimately a case of, okay, fine, well, you know what, we're not... Yeah.
Just lastly, Karis, very briefly, you said that security had been supplied by the department, but it's not sufficient. What has the department done so far as security is concerned?
2 of the schools that were involved in incidents about 2 weeks ago have received 2 security guards. And unfortunately, the schools have so many holes in fences and so forth that there's no way the 2 security guards are sufficient to ensure the perimeter of an entire school.
Yeah, Karis, thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. We will reach out to the MEC to hear if there's additional interventions they're considering as a department. Karis Pretorius, the Eldorado Park Schools Governing Body Forum Media Liaison. Let's take your latest traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Gauteng looking as busy as it normally does in all the sort of usual places. The one standout this morning, the R24 heading into Galilees, that's quite heavy. The N12 and R24 coming from their respective Edenvale exits into Edenvale, very slow. And no traffic lights this morning on Deckers and William Nicol Street North in the Flora Cliff area. So there's quite a backlog coming through from the West Rand area. Over in Durban, day 2, I think, are protesting around Fernham and Industrial Park, side of Phoenix, bottom of Phoenix. So just expect some road blockages there. Community members are burning tires fires again today. The M4 Southern Freeway to the Durban CBD, whether you're up to Moore Street and the closure there, or Brook Street, and the off-ramp to Victoria Embankment, very slow already. Queues back towards Congella area. Cape Town, Mitchell's Plain, very busy. All your routes heading out towards sort of Philippi, AZ Berman, M7, Veldfred, Varkensvlei, all of those routes really slow. A lot of construction going on in the junction, Hanover Park area, Govan and Becky, and Strandfontein, Jan Smuts Drive. So that's quite slow. And we're already queuing up on the N7 out of Goodwood through towards the busy Bosmansdam Road off-ramp. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m.
So Sharon in the office was telling me the way drip is so expensive these days. She's now waiting for her old clothes to come back into fashion. I say, Joza, while you're waiting, why not let your money do the things in a NetBank Just Invest account, where you can get your money after 24 hours notice? Oganchani voiceman.
In Jano Mabel, you can earn up to 8.75% interest. Anyone can open an investment account via the Money app in under 2 minutes. See money differently. NetBank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. Promo rates apply.
The Mediterranean Knights are after the big prize, a win in the opener of the AFCON qualifier. But Amavubi differs and insists on traveling back home with a massive bag of 3 points. This is the Total Energies 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier. Witness the beauty of African football. Libya versus Rwanda on Wednesday, 4 September at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to SAfm Breakfast.
The Minister of Health said to us that they had saved over 3 billion rand following interventions to investigate and to stop fraudulent claims of medical negligence, medical legal claims by unscrupulous lawyers who oftentimes, by the way, defraud not just the department but also defraud the beneficiaries and the clients that they represent. He paralleled it, Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, paralleled this scheme of fraudulent claims to what the Road Accident Fund has been facing. And the Road Accident Fund came forward and said, hey, that's something we know a lot about. Maybe we can help you. And so they volunteered their experience and expertise to assist the Department of Health in investigating fraudulent claims by lawyers. Macintosh Polela, who's the spokesperson for the Road Accident Fund, joins us. Macintosh, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. In what ways, practically, can the Road Accident Fund assist the Department of Health, and where do the synergies lie?
Hi, good morning.
Hi, yes, go for it.
Yes, look, when we looked at the announcement by the Department of Health and the SIU, for us it piqued our interest because we were saying to ourselves, hey, we're familiar with that story.
Ooh, Macintosh, your line is cutting there terribly. Can we try that again? Let's see if we can get Macintosh onto a different line. Perhaps we can hear him better there. In fact, I perhaps want to know from you if you've had an experience, both maybe perhaps in the Road Accident Fund or even in the Department of Health trying to submit a claim where the lawyers had defrauded you or lied to you or perhaps even misled you. I'd love to hear from you. Macintosh, let's try that again. Go for it. Macintosh?
Vienna?
Yes, much better. Go for it.
Yes. I'm saying to you, when we watched the Department of Health and the SIU making that announcement, it piqued our interest because for us, we realized that there were a lot of similarities. And indeed, when we looked deeper, we found one of the lawyers that was mentioned as having been arrested for defrauding the Department of Health. And we realized that he has been investigated for a case that has to do with theft of trust fund monies to do with the RAF. And in fact, we have taken a decision. The decision is already with the NPA to make a decision on whether the lawyer can be indicted or prosecuted by the NPA. And in realizing that, we realize that there might be a number of other lawyers who have defrauded the Department of Health as well as the Road Accident Fund. And so what we're doing is we are looking into the information that we have to see if there aren't any more, because as I said, there is already one that we have found that has allegedly defrauded both places, both us and the Department of Health.
Is there an efficiency benefit to this as far as the opportunity cost is concerned? That is to say, will it make it, if you collaborate with the Department of Health and realize that, hey, these guys are running the schemes on both sides, will it make it quicker and cheaper to prosecute these guys and bring them to justice?
We're hoping so, because if we look into our repository of information and we find out that there are more than one, what it does is it benefits both of us. It will benefit the Department of Health in the case that we already have a repository of, attorneys that have attempted to defraud us in the past. As we say in the statement, we have stopped, an attempt to defraud the RAF to the tune of 2.6 billion rand over a period of 3 years. And if we look at the announcement by the Department of Health, they say they have been able to save the country, 3 billion rand by stopping, an alleged defrauding or an attempted defrauding by the lawyers. And so it would benefit both institutions if we share the information. And indeed, we have the Forensic Investigation Department within the Road Accident Fund that has that repository of information. And we are ready and willing to assist in this regard by sharing information with the SIU to see if there are synergies.
Yeah, McIntosh, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really do appreciate it. McIntosh Polela is the spokesperson for the Road Accident Fund.
The Chill Zone with Bertha Charuma.
Have you ever had a work romance? How did it work? Did it last? Does it last? Or just jeopardize your working life or career?
Work wife. I had one at work. Yeah, things didn't go so well. Let's just say I had my house burnt down. I lost my wife and kids. Yeah, after that, I never wanted a work wife.
It is frightening. It is actually so frightening, and obviously it's worse because he mentions that he had a wife and kids. He had, a life outside of this relationship that was happening at work.
That's Linda Yendes.
Bertha Charuma, Fridays 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. You are listening to SAfm Breakfast.
Let's have a listen at this reaction to that conversation I had with Karis.
Hi, Oliver. This is bizarre. Tell me, how do we blame the government over issues that have to do with the bullies in school? Is it not a parenting issue? Is it not a society issue? Because these are the kids that we have actually socialized as a people. I think we need to look at ourselves first before we rush, to blame these politicians. Kumi, Pretoria.
It is 7 o'clock. Let's take your latest news.
Thank you, Oliver. Top stories at 7. Minister Macpherson speaks on hijacked buildings in the country, and 8 members of MK Party sworn in. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean Macpherson says 338 government buildings across the country have been hijacked. The minister briefed the media in Parliament on his first 8 weeks in office. The department owns about 88,000 buildings and is embarking on an audit to determine an accurate asset register. Macpherson says a plan is needed.
There clearly is a need to conceptualize what the state wants to do with its assets. If there are 338 buildings that have been hijacked, and I met with the mayor of eThekwini this week, which also dealt with a number of bad buildings there, it's clear that the state doesn't use all of these buildings and never will. So we then need to start optimizing them, rationalizing them, disposing of them, call it what you will. But what we can't allow is our buildings to contribute to crime.
The survivor of a shooting at a pig farm where 2 women were allegedly killed and thrown inside a pigsty outside Polokwane in Limpopo has recounted the events on the day. 44-year-old Mabuto Ncube, who resides at Makotopong village, allegedly escaped to get help after being shot along with the 2 deceased women, Maria Mahato and his wife Kudzain Ndlovu. The incident happened at his site where a dairy company dumps unwanted foodstuffs. 3 accused are in custody. Ncube says he was surprised by the shooting as they usually scavenge on the dump site.
Where I lived with my wife, there was no pigs. She wasn't in there. Is that lady go home or she left here or she has managed to go home? Then I say, that lady, but I hit that bullet. They shoot him and once for all. Because I had 1 shot. Then say, he fell down. Didn't do any move.
A total of 8 members of Umkhonto weSizwe Party have now been sworn in as members of parliament. 18 MPs had earlier this month been removed by the party. 10 of them are challenging the matter at the court, saying they have not resigned from the party. 2 EFF MPs, Nazia Paulson and Snawa Tambo, have also been sworn in. They are replacing Floyd Chivambu and Mzwanele Manyi, who resigned from the party a fortnight ago. Spokesperson for Parliament, Muloto Mutapo, says the 8 MK members are from the party's provincial list and not its national list.
The members of Parliament that were sworn in, they are filling what we call casual vacancies. These are the vacancies that arise from time to time during the 5-year term of the National Assembly. So these are members from the 2 parties who are filling the vacancies that will have arisen since the initial swearing in or the inaugural swearing in of the members of Parliament of the National Assembly.
The Municipal Workers Retirement Fund, the MWRF, has raised concerns about municipalities defaulting on workers' pension contributions, saying this is likely to affect their 2-part benefit. As the country prepares to usher in a new retirement fund dispensation, some municipal workers are concerned that they may not qualify to claim from the retirement funds due to non-compliance by their employers. Themba Mveka is the MWRF's principal officer and says they've taken some of the defaulting municipalities to court.
Yes, we've been doing that since 2007. Some municipalities have in court with us where we were issuing warrants of execution. I can mention Mafuba is one of those. We have Kopano, that's in the Free State too. We have Tokoloko, we have Masilonian, we have Guy Harip in the Northern Cape. We have Great Car in the Eastern Cape, Blue Crane, quite a number of them.
The founder and chief executive of the messaging app Telegram, Pavel Durov, has been charged in France as part of an investigation into organized crime. The Russian-born billionaire was released on bail set at $5.5 million and is not allowed to leave French territory. He faces multiple charges, including complicity in the dissemination of images of child abuse. The BBC's Zoe Kleinman has the details.
It's absolutely unprecedented for the founder, the owner of a social network to be arrested like this because of the content that's being shared on his platform. And it sparked a really fierce debate online about freedom of speech and accountability. Elon Musk, who's the owner of X, which used to be known as Twitter, has leapt to his defense. He thinks that he should be completely freed, and he says that censorship is just moderation under another name. But the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, said earlier this week that France remained committed to freedom of expression.
Recapping the top story, Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean Macpherson says 338 government buildings across the country have been hijacked. The minister briefed the media and Parliament on his first 8 weeks in office. I am Ondela Mbana for SAfm News, headlines at 7:30.
SAfm. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Fairly heavy into Galuli's interchange this morning, coming in from the Ekurhuleni side, N12 and R24 routes badly backed up. Looks like a breakdown around Boeing Road Bridge, which is causing that pushback. The bike one from Boyston through to Empire Road is heavy, and a lot of traffic coming through out of Pretoria this morning this is the N1 South, between Brockfontein and New Road. It is a lot heavier than you might be expecting. Durban's M4, the Southern Freeway, queuing from Umbilo up in towards the city centre area, and Cape Town, dry and clear conditions this morning, much improved on what we had earlier this week. Traffic responding by being actually quite busy. There's a lot of volume around this Thursday morning. N1's heavy across all lanes, Plattercliff to Cooper, interchange, M5's at Ottery, sort of Wetton Road from there all the way up to the N2 highway, and still very busy coming out of the Bloberg area this morning with queues down on Marine Drive towards Racecourse Road. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, it's MTN8 semi-final soccer action, and it saw Cape Town weather that caused the chaos, and there was a clash between Pirates and City. They drew 1-1, as well as another encounter that saw Stellenbosch FC delivering a stunning 1-0 victory against Mamelodi Sundowns. Details around 7:30.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
8 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is SAfm Breakfast. My name is Oliver Dixon. Thank you so much for being with me. In a short while, we'll get reactions from the Institute of Race Relations and thereafter the ANC in relation to the looming motion of no confidence against the mayor of the city of Tshwane, Celia Brink. And then a little bit later on, we're going to be speaking to Gundo Maswime, who's a lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Cape Town. And this is on President Ramaphosa's newly had signed into law earlier this week a new piece of legislation creating a National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency for enhanced water security. We'll talk about that and get into the detail of that. By the way, tomorrow we'll be joined on the show by Deputy President Paul Mashatile, and we'll also get some reaction and conversation with him around that new Water Resources Infrastructure Agency legislature that had just been passed. Do join us tomorrow for that conversation with Deputy President Paul Mashatile. And then a little bit later on in this hour, we're going to be speaking to Funukwazi, the lobby group, very specifically on the newly attempt to evict those who had occupied Prasa land in the city of Cape Town. Ndifunukwazi is going to court against what they call an illegal eviction without a court order. We're going to be speaking to Dr. John T. Koga on that. I'm taking your reactions to all of these conversations. 086 000 2032. You can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 0614 104 107. Tweet me at Oliver_speaking on Twitter, Oliver Dixon on Facebook, 10 minutes after 7.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
10 minutes after 7 o'clock, the mayor of the city of Tshwane might be facing a motion of no confidence. This after the Action SA party has coalesced with the ANC, and they will now unseat him and install presumably an ANC mayor and a speaker in the city of Tshwane that is from Action SA, mirroring what has been happening in the city of Johannesburg and the attempt in the city of Ekurhuleni. The Institute of Race Relations don't believe that removing the current mayor in the city may be in the best interest of its residents. Marius Ruud, who is with the Institute of Race Relations, joins us. Marius, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Why is it not in the best interest of residents?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. Well, it seems that Celia Brink is starting to turn things around in the city. A number of reports have recently come out to show how the city's financial situation is improving. From Ratings Africa, for example, and the Auditor General, its report came out this week, and it's actually praised Tshwane for having the best improvements in auditing outcomes of all the metros. So it does seem that things are starting to turn around in Tshwane. So it doesn't really make sense to change the makeup of the government there. It's quite different from what's happening in Johannesburg, I think. We've seen Johannesburg has been quite unstable for a few years now. So I think it makes sense for Action SA to go into coalition with the ANC there. The ANC has been governing in effect now for a couple of years. I mean, I don't think anybody believes that Al Jamaa was actually, and Kabela Gwamanda was actually in charge of the city of Johannesburg. So there does make a bit more sense, I think, for Action SA to back the new ANC mayor in Joburg. The two of them also have a fairly stable number of seats in Joburg. The ANC and Action SA together are only one seat short of majority in Johannesburg. But in Tshwane, they'd have to bring in a couple of other parties to get to a majority. In Tshwane, the ANC and Action SA would have to probably get in somebody like the Economic Freedom Fighters to help them get a majority in the city. So it just doesn't make sense to, I think, to get rid of Celia Brink and the DA in Tshwane at the moment. Things in other metros are obviously a little bit different.
Very specifically around the improvement in audit reports that you've been talking about, which is, by the way, not a reflection necessarily of service delivery itself. Herman Mashaba's motivation there is that the city of Tshwane has been having poor service delivery under the Democratic Alliance there for a number of years now, and it has been sustaining under Celia Brink. While there has been a documented improvement in its financial management as far as audit results are concerned, what do you say to the argument around the poor service delivery that's Herman Mashaba citing?
Yeah, you make a good point about issues of the Auditor General and so on, but financial stability is obviously an important thing in a city. If you aren't having good audit results, that is going to affect your service delivery. So while your financial situation isn't the only components in service delivery, it is definitely one of them. And when it comes to what Herman Mashaba was saying, obviously without being able to do an audit of the city and seeing what the service delivery results are like, you'd have to take Herman Mashaba at his word. But if you look at other issues, we've been seeing that Tshwane has been working hard in places like Hammanskraal to improve the water situation and fix street lights and so on. So it's difficult to say whether Mashaba is correct or not, but it could also just be a bit of issue of political maneuvering by what Mr. Mashaba is saying. But we also have to look at what's happening in Johannesburg. Is service delivery, has it improved over the last year and a half or 2 years under the ANC, Al Jamaa and EFF coalition? If it hasn't, then we have to ask why Mashaba and Action SA is back in the ANC in Johannesburg.
Yeah, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really do appreciate it. That is Marius Root with the Institute of Race Relations. Do you agree with him? 086-000-2032. Give me a call. I'd love to hear from you. Let's go now to the ANC. They say that this is bound to happen and it should happen. Bafuzi Yabo is the ANC Tshwane spokesperson. What's your reaction to what the argument the Institute of Race Relations just made there?
Well, Tshwane has always been treated different. Good morning, Oliver, and your listeners. Where are my manners? Tshwane has always been viewed differently from any other metros in Gauteng in respect of the share of seats in council. And the one thing that we would want to state is that the reaction of the ANC in submitting a motion of no confidence here in Tshwane has everything to do with the levels of service delivery that our people are not getting. And that the evidence of that partly is the Auditor General's reports, successive reports that we have been receiving. And even though there may be an argument around the current report, which was released earlier on this year, stating that there is an improved sense in the management, the financial management of the city, the state of service delivery remains the same, and that improvement is only slightly different. It's not significant, and so we want to put that on record. That it's not like the report that has come out smells of roses. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And the ANC is So the ANC is adamant that we're going to put this motion on the basis that the failures of service delivery are perpetual. There doesn't seem to be any reprieve in sight anytime soon.
Yeah, but the ANC-led coalition in the city of Johannesburg has a service delivery crisis itself. In fact, one would say that the city of Tshwane and city of Johannesburg have very similar service delivery woes. What guarantee do you then have for residents that the same won't happen in the city of Tshwane?
it beckons that government or governing requires a certain level of experience to be able to perform the duty of governing excellently. And I think we have a proven track record as the ANC within coalition governments even to deliver services to the people because we have that extensive experience. And there's a saying in Setswana that says "Tuto ithutela lebading," and we have had significant experience even through our own failures to know what needs to be done immediately when you take over government or you are in charge of government. And so there is no better option at this point as it relates to extensive experience to governing than a coalition that has the ANC in it, whether at the helm or not.
The ANC certainly has experience in governing in the city of Tshwane, but it doesn't have a track record of excellence in the city of Tshwane. The Democratic Alliance didn't inherit a well-functioning... A lot was going wrong before the DA, right?
No, you can go back to the records prior to 2016. You'll be disproved. I mean, the city of Tshwane in the last governing year of the ANC received a clean audit. We were a very busy municipality in terms of infrastructure delivery. A lot of things had been happening that put the city on the pedestal with the best of the best in the world. The last time we got any significant accolade in clean water was when the ANC was at the helm, regardless of the fact that there are others who want to argue that the ANC presided over a dilapidated water infrastructure, which is not true.
But Fuzi, just lastly, how advanced are the negotiations with Action SA and other parties in the city of Tshwane?
Negotiations are happening between a lot of parties. You would imagine that.
But how advanced are
they? We have. I can safely say that negotiations between parties are at an advanced stage. However, at this moment, that task is being undertaken by the leadership of the ANC at the level of the province in order to assist us here in the region as the ANC to finalize on some of those nitty-gritties. But I can safely say that at this point, we are poised to get support on the motion from the majority of councillors in council without naming who will support it.
Okay. And lastly, who will the ANC put forward as its mayoral candidate?
Well, let's not put the cart before the horse. The first thing is that the motion must see the light of day and it must succeed. And then that conversation will come back here and state what's going to happen thereafter in the aftermath.
Bafuzi Yabo, the ANC Tshwane spokesperson, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it. Give us a call, 086 000 2032. I'm taking your WhatsApp voice note on 0614 104 107. Tweet me, it is at Oliver_speaking. Perhaps let's take this reaction.
Good morning, Oliver and SAfm listeners. With politicians, it's only about position. It's nothing else. You know what? When they are campaigning for the voters, vote for them. It's about voters. But once they have won, it's about themselves. Even with the SA, Action SA, it is about them. Thank you. It's Lucy.
Thank you so much for that. 20 minutes after 7.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
Earlier this week, President Ramaphosa had signed into law a new piece of legislation that establishes the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, which is meant to enhance water security by enabling South Africans to expand bulk water infrastructure and to improve the management of existing water assets to ensure water security over the next decade. Gundo Maswime, who's a lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering at University of Cape Town, joins us for this conversation in a very short while. The question is this just another new state-owned enterprise that centralizes the control of water resources? Or does this bring about a new regulatory environment in a meaningful way that will democratize access to bulk water services, especially where it is most needed? I'm going to take reactions to that in the conversation as well. 0614-104-107. That is the number to dial. But in the meantime, let's have a listen at some of your WhatsApp voice note reactions that's come through on the show thus far.
Hey, good morning, Oliver. Hey, sometimes when I'm hey, and we are driving. We cannot Google some of these words that you say. Now you just said, when talking about being vindictive and politicians, what, the glutamine of politicians or the glytam? Oh, my brother, no, man. No, please. We don't have time to Google this. So now I'm going to have to get to work, listen to a podcast, and then use Shazam to get the word. And then, no, I say beef. No. Thank you.
I think the word I used was megalomania. That's what I had said. That is hilarious. Look, let me save you the time on that and tell you what I had, the context within which use that word, because to be honest, it is a characteristic description of politicians by and large, because I think politicians do exhibit some of the traits of megalomania, and that is someone who has an obsession with power and an inflated sense of self, right? They think they're larger than life, bigger than those around them. That's simply what it means. It's a little bit different to saying narcissism, right? Narcissism is a bit more specific, whereas megalomania is more of a description of the behavior rather than the psyche, so to speak. That's the distinction between, say, megalomania and narcissism. But we often use those words interchangeably.
Hi, Oliver. No, these El Dorado Park people, I think they've got Orania mentality. There is nothing unusual that is happening there in El Dorado Park. We are faced with the same challenge all over the country. The school governing bodies have got to do their job. The biggest problem is parents who are not taking responsibility. It's parents who are not taking responsibility. The communities that are not taking responsibility. Again, also this is also affected and influenced by people who send their kids to school far from where they work and stuff like that. Parents still do not have time to spend with their kids, and that is where the problem is.
Both two things can be true at the same time, and I think you're right. There is a failure of community here, and perhaps even a parental failure in the household when it comes to, moral and social degradation. But I think importantly, I don't think just because El Dorado Park is standing up and organizing around this and asking the state to be a lot more proactive in assisting them, that it means that they have a Orania mentality. I think all communities should stand up and mobilize and organize around this and be a lot more proactive. Just because it's a common problem doesn't mean those who stand up to do something about the problem have a Orania mentality. I think perhaps we should have a national conversation about behavioral issues in our schools.
Good morning, Oliver. I am a little bit confused by Umkhonto Wesizwe. Most of the choices of people that are throwing in, they leave a lot to be desired. I wonder if Umkhonto Wesizwe will survive. All I can see is that more and more people will be withdrawing from Umkhonto Wesizwe, particularly those who believe in justice and a true democracy. Thank you very much. This is Anonymous in Ladysmith.
Good morning, Oliver. Yeah, it's Lennon here. Oliver, I must say that I am really being vindicted. I've been long saying that MK Party was formed precisely for all the criminals who were implicated in the state capture commission. All of them who even denied that they were colluding with Jacob Zuma to siphon out the public purse. Here they are today. They are being sworn in as MPs for the MK party. South Africa.
I must say, I was surprised to see Floyd Shivambu not sworn in yesterday. Unless I missed it, I watched part of that swearing-in ceremony. It was fascinating. Mzwanele Manyi was appointed after being sworn in as the chief whip for the MK party in Parliament, which is, as the official opposition in Parliament, makes Mzwanele Manyi one of perhaps the second most powerful member of Parliament.
Morning, Oliver. All these political parties, all of them, they are vindictive. There is no political foresight when they act. ANC to work with the DA, it was to sort out Imkondo and the EFF. Floyd Shivambu going to MK is sorting out Malema. Element Mashala to work with the ANC is trying to sort out DA. All of this, all of them, there is no political foresight there. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Lisa from Brixton.
Thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Keep those coming in. 086 000 2032. That's the number you can dial. Give us a call. We're taking your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. Gundo Maswime, who's supposed to be our guest on the conversation on the new water bill, which establishes the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, has not been able to connect with us this morning. We will bring you that conversation once we're able to make some connection. But I do want to remind you, we do have Deputy President Paul Mashatile with us on the show tomorrow, so please stick around for that conversation tomorrow as well, and we'll touch on it in that conversation as well. Mukwena in Rustenburg, good morning, go for it.
Good morning, Oliver. How are you, my brother?
I'm fantastic. What's on your mind?
I've just listened to a recent caller here. He's saying that he's been vindicated for the fact that he's been saying that all these politicians who are with MK party, they've been doing corruption. And my question to that is, if a person has been doing something which is wrong, should he be charged or be jailed? I don't know.
Perhaps. I mean, there is an argument to be made for it. Perhaps. Yeah, Mukwena, thanks a lot for your call, sir. Appreciate it. Mukwena calling us.
I'm here.
Yeah. But yeah, I am unfortunately going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your call,
Mukwena. We can't, Oliver. You're not being fair.
I have to get to the headlines, sir.
But I need you to engage on this.
I gave you an answer. I said perhaps. I don't have a complete answer on it. I said perhaps.
Perhaps what? Whereas people, the left wing have this cloud hoovering all these people, whereas they're not charged. And people, they keep on saying they are corrupt.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to show for that. Come now.
Okay. Mukwena, I am going to have to leave it. I'm very, very thin on time. Thank you so much for your call. Appreciate it. Mukwena calling us there from Rustenburg. It is 7:30. Let's take your latest headlines.
Thank you, Oliver. News headlines at 7:30 on SAfm. I am Ondalambana and a very good morning. The MK party says it has appointed Mzwanele Manyi as its chief whip. The party says in a statement that Manyi brings a wealth of executive experience to the administrative post. The state and legal teams of former President Jacob Zuma and French arms company Thales are expected to hold a pre-trial conference at the Pietermaritzburg High Court today, and Public Works and Infrastructure Minister says 338 government buildings across the country have been hijacked. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Fairly heavily backed on the M13 Midrand today. Traffic sitting from Brockfontein all the way down to New Road. No obstructions, just pressure of traffic, and it's so busy that the old Joburg Road, the alternative routes, carrying some big volumes as well. N1 Bay is Nordia to Ravonia jam-packed. That seems to be the new normal these days. And there's a couple of crash scenes on the run into Galilee. There's a crash as you come from the N12 and R24 merge into Galilee. So in from Ekurhuleni, both of those highways are busy. And a collision on the N3 North ramp to Galilee. So That's keeping traffic pressures really heavy from as far back as the Garsfontein area. There is, beg your pardon, from the Germiston area. There is some talk about protest and shutdown. Gauteng Youth Brigades planning to close the N3 at Sprayview, according to a lot of social media posts we've seen. The N3 is open through Sprayview. There's no problem at this stage, but we'll keep an eye on it. Just a heads up, there is some sort of planning towards that. The M4 into Durban, very heavy today. Clarewood up towards the city centre area. That's been busy since around 6:30 this morning. And Cape Town, much better weather conditions, more traffic volume in the mix because of that. Marine Drive very slow from Tableview all the way through to about Boundary Road by Lagoon Beach. The M3's fairly static from Constantia right through to about Paradise Road. And the N7's got a lot of traffic on it today from Vangate Mall moving up to Epping, and then from Goodwood another real solid queue up towards the Bosmansdam Road exit. And if you're driving into Quebec, the N2 South remains down to a single lane between Bluewater Bay and the M4 City Split as flood repair works continue on that section of the N2 South. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
A very good morning. Let's start things with soccer. Last night, a thrilling MTN 8 semi-final. Orlando Pirates and Cape Town City playing to a 1-1 draw, setting the stage for a decisive second leg at Orlando Stadium this Saturday. The match saw the teen star Relebohile Mofokeng put Pirates ahead, but a deflected shot from Jaden Rhodes brought City level in the second half. Meanwhile, in the other semi-final, Mamelodi Sundowns manager Manqoba Nqiti has explained why the Brazilians lost to Stellenbosch FC in their first leg of the MTN 8 semi-final tie. The Premier Soccer League defending champions were favourites before the game, but they lost 1-0 to Stellies at the Lucas Maripa Stadium. Chiefs transfer target Fawaz Basadine scored the game's only goal after converting from the spot in the second half.
And I thought at the time when we committed a penalty, the situation was already better, because I think we could have contained the situation without lunging into the ball. But unfortunately in football, these things, we are looking at them now later on and we see what could have happened. We created good chances to do something, and the fact that Sage became the man of the match, it also proves that we did our part.
Moving to rugby, the All Blacks have announced their squad for the upcoming Rugby Championship clash against the Springboks at Ellis Park. Captain Scott Barrett returns to the lineup at lock after recovering from a finger injury, while Sam Cane is set to make his first start since the Rugby World Cup final, taking the open side flanker position. Despite key injuries, the All Blacks are fielding a strong team with Caleb Clark and Will Jordan holding down the wings. Coach Scott Robertson emphasizing the importance of the historic encounter, and that's with the Springboks. That's happening in Johannesburg. Well, rugby, the Stormers have announced that their Champions Cup openings round clash will be with the French Giants Toulon. It'll now take place at the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in Gqeberha. History will be made on the 7th of December when Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium hosts the first ever Champions Cup match in South African rugby heartland of the Eastern Cape. Now, tickets for the match will go on sale in October, with the 2024-25 season ticket holders able to buy at a 50% discount. Golf news, England-based player James Mack shot a 6-under par 66 to lead at the Gary and Vivian Player Challenge after the first round at the Kailami Country Club. But there is a strong field of South Africans chasing him on just one stroke behind. And you can look at the likes of Simon Duploy, Jacques P. de Villiers, Rowan de Smit, Christian Burke, Martin Rowe and Jonathan Broomhead, all posting 5-under par 67s to ensure Mac has plenty of challenges in the review mirror. And some Paralympic news in the tennis quad events. Two-time Grand Slam champion South Africa's Donald Rampadi, ranked world number 4, is set to make his Paralympic debut. He begins his journey against Brazil's Leandro Pina the world number 13. A potential second-round clash with the Dutch top seed Sam Schroeder looms large if Rampadi, he advances. Now, joining Rampadi in the quads event is former world number 2, and that's two-time Grand Slam champion Lucas Sitole. Sitole has been drawn in a challenging first round against the second seed Niels Fink of Netherlands, who has dominated the wheelchair tennis tour in recent years. Sitole and Rampadi will also pair up for the doubles competition. And finally, more tennis. The American tennis star Frances Tiafoe shared advice on handling online abuse following Caroline Garcia's revelation about the negative messages she receives after recent losses.
It's just wild. You got guys working all their life, trying to compete at the highest level. You don't know people's circumstances, what they're going through, and how this affects people. But I think the biggest thing, what I would definitely like to tell, players, and they're going to continue to follow your life. You're the prize, you're the important person. So be more upset about the loss or tough time you're actually going to, and don't let your mood get even worse from people you don't know. Opinion puts you in the gutter.
That's how we wrap up sport for now. We'll have more top of the hour for SAfm Breakfast. I'm Zaikan.
I'll give you one last chance to change your score prediction for the match.
It'll be very tight.
You said 27.
Yeah. No, it'll be very tight.
I'm giving you one. Okay, so I'll give you this chance because the All Blacks this morning had 5-10 minutes ago released their squad, right?
I know.
By the way, I saw Sam Kane, Jordy Barrett and Scott Barrett playing golf yesterday.
Again?
Yeah.
What? The Springboks did it. So they're following.
Same golf course, by the way. The All Blacks played golf yesterday. So they weren't in practice. They were thinking about their squad. One last chance.
Oh, my God.
You can change it.
I'm going to go. It's probably going to be between 3 to 5 points separating them. That's what I thought. It's going to be tight. And I know the All Blacks have a psychological battle at Ellis Park. We know that. 12, 15.
To the All Blacks?
No.
Okay, so you've changed. 12, 15. Okay.
Man, this is stressful.
That's fair. 12, 15 is fair. I will stick with 22-18.
Let's hope come Saturday. May the best team win, and we know who the best team is.
Are you going to be at the stadium? 62,000 people all sold out. Man, what an occasion that is. Even the mayor of the city of Johannesburg is excited. He had a briefing with journalists yesterday at Ellis Park Stadium. It is 22 minutes to the top of the hour.
The Business Update on SAfm.
Darling is back with the Business Update this hour. We start off with Canada slapping Chinese EV makers with tariffs.
So Canada has joined the US and EU in adding new tariffs on electric vehicles made in China. The country will also add taxes on imported aluminium and steel from China as well. This move comes as Canada aims to protect its domestic industries from the impact of China's excessive production and what it calls unfair subsidies. The government has imposed tariffs of 100% on EVs and 25% on aluminium and steel. This will come into effect from October. China, in the meantime, has criticized Canada's decision to impose these tariffs, saying it breaks WTO rules. Earlier this month, China lodged a WTO complaint over the EU's decision to impose anti-subsidy duties. China also launched an anti-subsidy investigation into EU dairy imports. So if this goes through, we will probably see China retaliate. Beijing has already punished Canada with trade restrictions before. It blocked Canadian canola seed imports for 3 years after the government arrested a top Huawei executive at the US's request. Now, as the trade tensions escalate, the Chinese ministry has warned that these tariffs could disrupt the stability of global industrial and supply chains.
Yeah, BYD, Chinese car maker, they eyeing further growth in the global market. South Africa seems to be a tantalizing market for them as well.
True, and this of course comes despite the wave of protectionism we've been seeing in the West. China's top-selling electric vehicle maker BYD is still betting on global markets, saying that overseas deliveries are set to account for almost half of its total sales in the future. Now, this would require a huge increase in production and deliveries. BYD is on track to hit 500,000 overseas sales this year, having reached 270,000 in the first 7 months of 2024, accounting for around 14% of its overall total. Now, to achieve its target, BYD says it is investing heavily to build new factories in Europe and South America, allowing it to produce electric vehicles closer to its customers and avoid trade barriers that might limit sales of Chinese-made cars, which would then boost localization development. This, of course, following a raft of tariffs being imposed and directed to Chinese EV makers. Now, this is only a forecast that is set to be achieved in the next decade. The announcement also comes alongside its earnings report, where its profits almost doubled, driven by higher vehicle sales, particularly in its domestic market.
Yeah, let's take a look at those market indicators.
Starting in Asia, stocks are trading mostly lower as traders book some profits ahead of a slew of economic data, including reports on U.S. personal income and spending in July, which includes readings on inflation said to be preferred by the U.S. Fed. With that, we're seeing China's Shanghai index taking the biggest knock, down 0.4%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng retraces some of its losses, pretty flat, losing 0.1%. In Wall Street, futures are mixed, but mostly in the red. Investors on that end will be waking up to numbers from NVIDIA and CrowdStrike. Those numbers in particular, NVIDIA's numbers, will be driving sentiment today. Back at home, the JSE, following its global peers, edging lower in yesterday's session, with the all-share down 0.63%. On the currency front, a stronger dollar weighing on the rand. It's currently trading at 17.80 against the greenback.
Darling, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Back with you in the next hour. Advocate Sipho Mantula standing by with the Africa Update.
Africa Update on SAfm.
Advocate Mantula, this morning we begin out in Somalia, where Egypt sends arms to Somalia following a security deal. Tell us about it.
We are seeing now it's another diplomatic strain between Egypt and Ethiopia. Once we have Egypt sending military arms to Somalia, it is because of the conflict between Somaliland and Somalia. Remember that Egypt and Ethiopia, they've been having diplomatic tensions around the Great Renaissance Dam. Now they are pushing now to enter into military agreement with Somalia, which others have said after almost 3 decades they have not been engaged. Now Egypt, it seems, is taking the side of Somalia, antagonizing Ethiopia now. So you will understand that both the foreign ministries of Somalia as well as Ethiopia and Egypt are at loggerheads how to deal with the Somaliland Port Berbe, how to deal with this crisis.
Yeah, and the second edition of the All Africa Movement Assembly is taking place in Ghana.
It is starting today, Oliver. It will end on the 31st of this month, and it's a very important meeting where you have the daughter of the late president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah's daughter, Samia Nkrumah. You have Kuminaitu, a human rights advocate, where they are meeting under the theme United We Stand, Divided We Fall. They are looking at challenges facing human rights activist movements, from what they call crackdowns on harassment, abductions, and killing of activists. We have seen from Kenya, Zimbabwe having challenges, but this meeting, it is important as it is gathering all African human rights activists, looking at issues of climate change, looking at issues of ethical governance, economic justice, issues of gender justice. So there are many activities, reparation also, Oliver, that they will be dealing with in this meeting that is starting today in Accra until the 31st.
Yeah, and the heads of state of Malawi and Mozambique are meeting today.
They were meeting. Chakwera was welcoming Philip Nyusi yesterday in Malawi, but Philip Nyusi was honored with the honorary doctorate of philosophy by the University of Malawi in international affairs and diplomacy in Malawi. But they are also going to engage on the bilateral between Malawi and Mozambique, issues of tourism, the air transport, how to unlock it between Malawi and Mozambique. Remember, these are the last state visit of Philip Nyusi as the outgoing president of Mozambique, as Malawi decides in October.
And as we move on to the end of it, in our before we get there, in Namibia and Israel, they've in a bold move taken a stance against Israel, with Namibia having blocked a vessel in its waters this week.
And this came from the Justice Minister, Sister Yvonne, who made a courageous call that the Namibian port shall not allow this vessel called MV Katrina to enter Namibian waters because others are saying that it's carrying weapons of mass destruction destined to Israel. Now, this comes from Namibia saying that they are also pushing the support of the ICJ by South Africa as they've been pushing for the end of genocidal acts in the Middle East. Now, Namibia coming very clear that they are not going to support this arms cartel being pushed through Namibian waters. This is an interesting development looking how Namibia is giving its support now towards the Palestinian cause.
Yeah. Where does this vessel come from?
This vessel was coming from, one will look at that, it is coming from Europe, but it's passing through Namibia. So this is how the Namibian government opted not to allow it.
Okay. And significant day in the archives today, 29th of August 1994, the South African government of the time, which was a government of national unity, signed the SADC Treaty.
That is very important. Remember, we were talking about the SADC summit not so long, around the 17th of August being the SADC day, that 30 years ago, South Africa became a member of the SADC states. Joining it, this is an old regional economic body of 1980, but South Africa became a member on this day, and it agreed to can promote peace, security on the region, deal with the issues of poverty relief and also economic growth. Very important, Oliver, as South Africa has been consistent on the SADC Troika as well. And once it has shared the SADC summit, we know that Zimbabwe is currently the chair of the SADC, and also Samia Sulu from Tanzania is the chair of the Troika. Asante sana, Oliver, as I still leading the conversation, SAfm observing the Women's Month.
Have a good Mandula. Thank you so much for that. On the other side of this, we speak to Mfunukwazi. They have launched an urgent application against PRASA. This after PRASA attempted to evict the people who were occupying land that PRASA owns, and Mfunukwazi says it's an illegal eviction.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Taking your voice note, WhatsApp reactions. Let's start with this.
Good morning, Oliver. Can you just ask the official there? So he's saying the ANC has extensive experience in service delivery, but I mean the audit reports that have just come out, they say differently. Majority of those municipalities are controlled by the ANC, were controlled by the ANC, but the reportings are not satisfactory. Let me put it that way. So what does he say about that? To me, he's lying.
Morning, Oliver. I came at the tail end of the interview with the spokesperson of ANC. You know, between the DA and the ANC, these people are the same. Even now, our roads are still not fixed. We are driving on gravel. At least the Lears tried. Bona, they did nothing. They did nothing. They put us in this situation where there's a coalition in Tshwane. So he should not come here and claim Uguti Bona they did so much better than what the DA is currently doing. Leave Lears alone. If we had to choose between Lears and them, definitely Lears, because at least Lears will attend to our concerns. If you make a noise about a certain situation, he will put up all the effort that he can to ensure that that is attended to. So he should not come here and claim nonsense.
Morning, Oliver. You know, this confusion about the new water agency. It's not a new SOE. It's a combination taking two SOEs and putting them into one. What the law will do is take the TCTA, the organization that built the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and various other things. It's going to take that and merge it with the independent construction unit of the Department of Water and Sanitation that also manages the existing dams. So those two are going to be combined. They're not going to be in a government department anymore that has all sorts of nonsense bureaucracy before they can even buy a pencil. It's going to try and make water resource management, bulk water resource management, more efficient. Yes, I know a little bit about this. I used to work in the Department of Water Affairs. This is Mike from Joburg.
Mike from Joburg, thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Perhaps an additional question that needs some clarity is what regulatory authority it will have, because the bill, well, the law now, gives it some regulatory powers, not just as an agency, but also as, I guess, a regulator of the space. And we'll talk about the difference between those two when we get an opportunity to speak to our analyst on that. Let's take your latest traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Pretty heavy backlogs getting through Galulis at this stage. There's a breakdown on the N3 south at Van Buren, so that is causing a delay from Edenvale into Bedford. Backlogging traffic on the N12 and R24 routes coming in from the Ekurhuleni side to get into the N3 via Galulis to go south, and at the same time there's a crash on the N3 north ramp to the N12 and R24 east, so N3 coming up from Germiston stays heavy. Sprateview open despite some social media threats to close down the N3 at Sprateview. It could happen, but at this stage the N3 is open and no problems there. N14's queuing up again, the Krugersdorp Highway between the R55 Pretoria West exit and Brockfontein interchange, and a crash near Atterbury Road this morning on the N1 south. That's causing a big delay from the N4 Emelaflani split. Plenty of traffic on Durban's roads today. The N4 remains heavy from Clarewood up into the city centre, Umbilo, sort of Congela areas where you'll pick up that queue. The N2 from the M7 through Westwood Mall is under pressure as well. And don't forget today's planned closure for blasting between Pietermaritzburg and Ashburton. The road will be closed for half an hour between 2:30 and 3 p.m. this afternoon. Into Quebec, the N2 remains to a single lane approaching the M4 Settlers Way split. That's as flood recovery works continue there. There is some pressure at peak morning times. And Cape Town fairly busy as well. Got traffic sitting on the N1 from Plattekloof right through to the city centre. The N2's at Robert Sobukwe through to Hospital Bend, and Kuberg Road quite heavy this morning. Big backlogs coming through Brooklyn on towards the Kuberg interchange. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
SAfm Breakfast, helping you navigate your day.
Last week, protection services officials of PRASA and its security guards had swooped in on occupiers of PRASA, of Transnet-owned land, and they'd been living there for 20 years. It was a very violent affair. There was videos of it circulating on social media, and they demolished the shack structures that a lot of these people were living in. One particular person was in fact stabbed, and another was violently assaulted by the security officers. If you take a look at the videos, this was an attempt to evict them. Ndifunikwazi has now taken them to court on an urgent application, calling this an unlawful eviction. Joining me to speak about this is Dr. Jonty Cogger, who is an attorney at Ndifunikwazi this morning. Perhaps to start the conversation here and ask this question, was there any engagement with the community by PRASA preceding this eviction attempt?
Good morning. No, absolutely no engagement. This is one of those sudden fly-by-night, almost raids. They come in early in the morning, aggressively start, demanding that people leave. And obviously, our clients are surprised. This is, I think these types of situations actually the definition of madness. How many times do unlawful occupiers have to go to courts in order to uphold the rule of law? Especially for state entities. We have protection of people's homes in terms of the PI Act. That's there to ensure, the rule of law takes place. But absolutely no engagement by PRASA officials in illegally evicting our clients.
Yeah. In the application, it is about the illegal eviction under the Protection of Illegal Evictions Act. But is there also a separate application with regards to the assault that we had seen?
So yeah, one of our clients was stabbed by a PRASA security guard. And he has brought criminal charges against that security guard, and there is video footage of that incident. And so, we hope that the state prosecuting authority will, take that forward and holding this person liable for that violent assault.
Yeah. Where are the occupants at the moment?
So they're still on the property. It must be noted that it's not PRASA property. It's actually
Transnet.
It's Transnet property. So whatever they were doing there is not really known. We have been in engagements subsequent with PRASA's attorneys. They say that it was a clean-up operation. And I mean, in what day and age are we cleaning up, people's actual homes and stabbing them in the process? I think it's a huge violation of the occupier's dignity and a huge
insults on our constitutional democracy. We come from a very shameful past where the apartheid governments were able to execute these types of violent acts. And you would think, looking at this incident, that we don't have a constitution, we don't have the rule of law, and that, state entities, state-owned entities can just do whatever they want.
Yeah. Has there been any response from PRASA and or Transnet about this?
They've only filed a notice of intention to oppose. We are in court today at 10 o'clock. No filing, no answering affidavits have been filed, and so we don't have an official version from them.
Yeah. Given that the occupants are still occupying the property at the moment, what are your prayers in court this morning?
So the operation was sustained and repeated. So we first of all want an interdict.
Okay.
They mustn't come back and illegally evict. But also, the weather in Cape Town has been absolutely insane over the last few weeks, over the last few days. So we want return of our possession. And then if in the circumstances the PRASA can't return the exact material taken away, then they must be liable to replace those material. And also, of course, we want costs against them. Why should we have to run to court on an urgent basis to get something that they were never entitled to do?
Yeah, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Johnny. Jonty, really do appreciate it. Jonty Koga is with Mfuno Kwazi. I'm taking your reactions to that. 086 000 2032.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Oliver. My name is Dakaran. Oliver, I think I agree with the gentleman that sent a voice note about the bullying at school. Actually, it's not just that. It's a lot of things. Crime on its own, it's a societal issue. Government can have resources, government can do what they do, but Tina, as citizens, we do not... we condone some of these things. If I have a son and he comes back with a huge TV in the house, I say, we panda, When he gets arrested, I go and hustle for money for bail. Let us start by fixing ourselves. When someone walks into my yard selling clothes, you can see that these clothes were hung to dry. And then you buy, you say, oh, this is lovely. You buy it. What are you doing? You're promoting the crime. Thank you, Olive.
Oliver, good morning. I don't understand how ANC speaks of service delivery. If you look at the country on the whole, it is filthy, and that is all over.
Good morning, Oliver. My name is Elfas Noboye in KZN. You know that other listener that was driving to work that said that you've got these words, these bombastic words, he's right. Because some other day I once listened to you and you said the word prevarication, and I had to go and look for it in the dictionary. Anyway, enjoy your day, my man.
Look, our vocabulary is growing together. Prevarication, to be prevaricate. Yes. Somebody also tweeted me on Twitter just now saying to me that they also had to go and Google Maglomania. Rendani tweeting there on Twitter. He even sent a screenshot of exactly that. That's hilarious. We learn these words together all the time. If we read together, we grow together, we learn together. Before we head to the news, I want to tell you about this. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS car to 43187 now.
Thank Thank you, Oliver. Top stories at 8. Mzwanele Manyi appointed MK Party Chief Whip, and Zuma Teles pre-trial conference expected in court today. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. The MK Party says it has appointed Mzwanele Manyi as its chief whip. The party says in a statement that Manyi brings a wealth of executive experience to the administrative post. It says his leadership will assist the party in serving the people with integrity and dedication. The new MPs include Brian Molefe, Siyabonga Gama and Lucky Montana, all of whom have been implicated in the State Capture Commission report. MK Parliamentary Leader John Hlophe.
Well, there is no such thing as a cloud to begin with. According to our Constitution, to be more specific, Section 35 thereof, there is something called a presumption of innocence. So if any individual has been charged, it doesn't matter what the charges are, that individual is presumed innocent until such time that he or she is found guilty. So we have recruited our colleagues here, and based on their expertise, based on their skill, it is public knowledge that they are very competent. They know what they are doing.
The state and legal teams of former President Jacob Zuma and French arms company Thales are expected to hold a pre-trial conference at the Pietermaritzburg High Court today. This is in the fraud and corruption case stemming from the multi-billion rand arms deal. Zuma and Thales are facing charges of fraud, corruption, racketeering and money laundering. Zuma is alleged to have received bribes from Thales that was part of a consortium supplying the Navy's frigates. Dries Liebenberg reports.
The case was adjourned in May because at the time, former President Jacob Zuma's legal team did not have time to consult with him in the run-up to the general elections. A pre-trial conference normally deals with issues such as what evidence is being placed in dispute and the trial dates. Meanwhile, Zuma's legal team filed an application for leave to appeal Judge Nkosinati Qili's dismissal of their special plea that lead prosecutor, Advocate Billy Downer, should recuse himself due to alleged bias.
Ballistic expert Chris Mangena is expected to continue giving evidence today in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial at the High Court in Pretoria. Yesterday, he denied ever collecting any exhibits from the Meyiwa crime scene in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg, after Defence Counsel Sipora Mosipile read a statement from one of the police officers who was at the scene the day after the murder. Mangena examined the crime scene to determine how the shots were fired and where the bullets landed. He also examined the alleged murder weapon found in possession of accused 3 in 2015. 5 men are on trial for the 2014 murder of the Bafana Bafana captain. Mangena yesterday said he knew nothing about a spent cartridge as mentioned on the statement.
According to this statement, he says, you took a spent cartridge that was, Mangena took an exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame.
My lord, as I have mentioned, we don't collect exhibits from the crime scene.
You said you don't agree with this.
I don't agree with it because when I go to a crime scene, LCRC is there, crime scene management there. It's their mandate to collect all the exhibits from the crime scene. Okay. I don't collect exhibits.
Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean Macpherson says 338 government buildings across the country have been hijacked. The minister briefed the media in Parliament on his first 8 weeks in office. The department owns about 88,000 buildings and is embarking on an audit to determine an accurate asset register. Macpherson says a plan is needed.
There clearly is a need to conceptualize what the state wants to do with its assets. If there are 338 buildings that have been hijacked, and I met with the mayor of eThekwini this week, which also dealt with a number of bad buildings there, it's clear that the state doesn't use all of these buildings and never will. So we then need to start optimizing them, rationalizing them, disposing of them, call it what you will. But what we can't allow is our buildings to contribute to crime.
The FBI says the gunman who tried to kill former U.S. President Donald Trump last month has searched extensively online for events by Trump as well as the current President Joe Biden before settling on the rally by Trump in Pennsylvania. The FBI's leading official in the state said Thomas Crooks conceded a number of targets. The BBC's Jenny Kumar has the details.
The FBI wanted to show that they've been working away to gather evidence and get to the bottom of why Thomas Crooks did this. But despite an extensive analysis of social media, nearly 1,000 interviews and the viewing of hundreds of hours of video footage, the FBI says it still doesn't have a motive. They think Thomas Crooks worked alone. The FBI have found no evidence of co-conspirators or foreign involvement.
Recapping the top story, the MK party says it has appointed Mzwanele Manyi as its chief whip. The party says in a statement that Manyi brings a wealth of executive experience to the administrative post. I am Ondelambana for SAfm News, headlines at 8:30.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS call to 43187. Your car may be old, but driving without insurance is a risk every time you're on the road. Don't take the gamble. Outsurance Essential is affordable insurance for older cars, giving you up to 1 million rand liability cover and loads more. Plus, claims are paid in cash, so you can use your own panel beater. Outsurance Essential is priced for cars older than 5 years, valued under 125,000 rand and not financed. SMS call to 43187 or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy coming out of Pretoria. Crash on the M1 South at Atterbury Road. Traffic backed badly right through to the N4 Emila Fleming Highway. Just off the highway, there's also some lights down on Brooklands, Linwood Road at Kings Highway, Brooklyn sort of area, if you like. And there's some quite heavy backlogs in that part of Pretoria as well. Heavy backlogs on Joburg's Mike 1 this morning from Boyson's right through to Greyston. You're going to see traffic. Crash on the N3 North at Galuli's. That's heavy from Germiston, wanting to get through onto the N12 and R24 East routes. Breakdown stationary truck pretty much in the middle of the N3 South at Van Buren, so that's just causing extra pressure through Galuli's. We are seeing some tyres now appearing on the N3 in the Spruitview area. There's the Gauteng Youth Brigade that have threatened to close the N3 at Spruitview today in the protest, and we are just seeing some tyres being rolled onto the road, so extra caution required there. Cape Town, the M1 inbound, fairly heavily back from Plattercliff Hill, and the N7 queuing up. There's a crash on the N7 North at the N2, and then queues through Epping, and then more queues Goodwood to Bosmansdam Road. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. The SA Paralympians are eager as the games open in Paris, and the South African junior sprinters Bayanda Walaza and Bradley Nkoana continue to make waves on the international stage. Details around 8:30.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
It is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the third and final hour of SAfm Breakfast. My name is Oliver Dixon. Thank you so much for being with us. Just expanding on that headline in the news bulletin, the appointment of Mzwanele Manyi as the chief whip of the MK party in Parliament following his swearing in yesterday. In the previous hour, I had asked, and maybe I'd made the comment that I was surprised to not have seen Floyd Shivambu sworn in as a member of Parliament as well, and I'm surprised he didn't take that position as the chief whip of the party, or even the leader of the opposition, to be quite honest, given Floyd Shivambu's experience as a member of Parliament, which makes him one of the most experienced parliamentarians available to the MK party. A colleague of mine, Kinelwe, had then texted me and said, it's the MK policy that its top 8 officials will not serve in Parliament. And I said, yeah, I'm aware, but I don't know if John Hlophe has resigned. And so we didn't know. I then reached out to Mzwanele Manyi a short while ago and I asked him, has Dr. John Hlophe resigned as a member of Parliament for the MK party, given that he is a top 8 member in the MK party? And Mzwanele's response to me was, there are exceptions to every rule and he is the exception. So, if you were wondering, Dr. Hlophe, while being a top 8 member of the MK party, will remain a member of parliament. Coming up on the show in this hour, the National Credit Regulator has issued an alert to consumers, warning them to beware of misleading and prohibited practices by debt counselors. We're going to be speaking about that, and more South Africans are going into debt rehabilitation through debt counselors. What are some of those unscrupulous practices that you should be watching out for? There is a shortage of snake anti-venom in the world. More than 330 people die every day from a snake bite. South Africa has a lot of dangerous snakes. We might be a country affected by it. 11 minutes after 8.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
12 minutes after 8 o'clock, snakes are my biggest fear. Absolutely my biggest fear. I avoid going anywhere where snakes might be, especially in summer. I once drove up to Mahubaskloof one summer, and it was so hot on that day that you literally had snakes on the tar road in the street. And that area is dangerous. Snakes, I mean, apparently there's a king cobra habitat going around in Mahubaskloof. I don't know how true that is, but one person said that to me on that particular drive. I'm really, really terrified of snakes. And I hope that if I ever experience a snake bite, that I would be able to get to my nearest hospital and that they would be able to give me an anti-venom shot immediately. But apparently there's a shortage of it. Kurt Ramesher, who is an advisor of neglected tropical diseases at Doctors Without Borders, joins me now. Kurt, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. It's really appreciated. Why is there a shortage of snake antivenom?
Well, it's partly a shortage, but I think the main problem is excess. Because the production of snake bites, of snake antivenoms, is an expensive process. It has to be generated through horses, which produce immunoglobulins that have to be purified, etc. So it's a very complex process to produce antivenoms, which makes antivenoms very expensive. Now, the main population suffering snake bites are usually primarily the poorest rural populations who cannot afford the antivenom. And this makes that there is hardly a market for, a very small market for antivenoms, which makes big pharmaceutical industries not being interested in producing antivenoms. So the current antivenoms are usually produced by non-for-profit organizations, academic institutions or government institutions who usually do not have the capacity to produce large-scale antivenoms. So it's a bit of a vicious circle, a lack of a market, therefore a lack of production, and yeah, so it's mainly an access problem.
So there's absolutely no generic molecular clone that can be rendered cheaply in labs in low-income countries?
No, because every venomous snake produces a different venom. And a venom is composed of sometimes many hundreds of different proteins which each have a specific toxicity. So it's very complicated to make a generic antivenom that is that works in all snakes. Of course, there are, and that's why it is produced through in horses. So horses are injected with small amounts of venom of different snakes the horses, they produce the antibodies, the immunoglobulins, and those can be harvested and purified. And in that way, it is possible to produce a polyvalent antivenom, which can neutralize the venom of different snakes. That makes the process more complex and more expensive.
Yeah, given that there's a variety and a myriad of different toxicities with different snakes, are there ones that are more rare and more complex than others? So that is to say, are there some antivenom that are readily and widely available, while others, perhaps more venomous, more complex, may not be as readily available?
Yeah. No, well, and I would like to focus on Africa, because that's where we see the biggest problems with availability of appropriate antivenoms. In the past, there was a French pharmaceutical industry, Sanofi, who produced an antivenom which was very effective and could cover the venoms of almost all important sub-Saharan African snakes. But due to a lack of profitable market, they stopped the production. And at the moment, there is not yet a good replacement antivenom for that. So very often we have to work with different antivenoms to cover the different snakes. For instance, the antivenom that is produced by the South African vaccine producers, that's called Cymere, the antivenom, is very effective against the leopard snakes, so the cobras and the mambas, but it does not cover the venoms of the carpet vipers, which are mostly found north of the equator. So there we have to use another antivenom, but the antivenom that we use in sub-Saharan Africa above the equator is not effective against most of the cobras and mambas. At the moment, the World Health Organization has made a thorough, comprehensive assessment of all the antivenoms that are available on the African market. And now, but most of them, they failed because of insufficient quality or too much impurities in the antivenom. But there is one antivenom that is now recommended by the World Health Organization to cover all the venomous snakes in sub-Saharan Africa. That is the premium Panaf antivenom.
Yeah.
That is based on a thorough assessment, but there are no publicly available clinical data on humans for this antivenom. So we still do not know whether it's safe and effective enough.
Yeah.
And that's why,
Yeah, we're going to have to leave it there, unfortunately. Kurt Ritmeyer, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. Kurt is an advisor of neglected tropical diseases for Doctors Without Borders. Do you live in an area where there are a lot of snakes? Have you experienced a snake bite? Did you survive it? Was it deadly? Was it poisonous? I mean, if you survived it, that was great. If it was deadly, you probably wouldn't be hearing this. What did you do? Let me know. 086 000 2032. Send me a WhatsApp voice note 0614 104 107.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
And let's go to the lines. Let's speak to Hassan in Johannesburg. Hassan, good morning.
My second contribution to the public debate, because I've been waiting for 20 minutes, is that I don't think we should prevaricate about FIFA. I'm using your word, I'm trying to make it famous. And FIFA can't be neutral on a moving train, as Howard Zinn said. FIFA has promised to discuss kicking out of the Israeli state from world football, but it's keeping it such a secret. It's supposed to happen at the end of this month. No discussion about it. Now, part of the thing that I like as a media activist and a social justice activist is that we must discuss the issues, however difficult it is. I mean, FIFA took action, and I don't like the whataboutism, but it's true, because we're looking at their own history. I think in 2022 they kicked out Russia, and stuff like it really doesn't go down well with us, as South Africans who benefited from the pressure at international level. so that we can speak today freely. I mean, I know you're excited about the game on Saturday. And 1981, there was massive protests in New Zealand against All Blacks. And I wonder how many of these players know that they are beneficiaries of those kind of protests by John Minto and other comrades. So let's enliven it. I'll be watching the game.
Yeah.
But, you know, we can't take away the history. So FIFA has nothing about this vote.
Just a quick question. Do you think South Africa should withdraw from sporting bodies and events that continue to include Israel?
No, but I think South Africa's voice must be very public and must educate its own publics about our own history so that the players can take that decision. But, you know, we can't work alone. We're in community.
Yeah. Hassan, thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Pat in Katleon, good morning. Go for it.
Right. Oliver, you know, South Africa is a country which is riddled with corruption, theft, staff discipline, and ill-discipline by officials. So, must we assume that everything is well with the South African Mint, where all evil is produced? We haven't heard any report about the South African Mint, and we don't know what is happening inside. I don't even know which department is answerable to the South African Mint.
The Reserve Bank.
But having heard nothing about the South African Mint, can you assume that everything is perfect there?
I'm very curious. Pat, what made you wake up this morning and think, hey man, what's happening at SA Mint?
No, I've always thought about it, really, because I haven't heard anything about it. No, I don't even know which department is answerable to the South African Mint. But our society, we know our so there's nothing happening.
Okay.
Can you assume that everything is perfect there?
Okay, Pat, thank you so much for your call. Really do appreciate it. I love that South Africans just wake up skeptical about everything. That's fascinating. 22 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m.
Every day, our children are exposed to relentless marketing of unhealthy foods where they live, learn, and play. This aggressive marketing of unhealthy foods to children can shape their eating habits and food preferences for the rest of their lives. I'm your host, Crystal Audison. Is big food stalking our children? Watch Chew on This on healer.org.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Museum, Dr. Vuyani Cweki Boy, will engage SAFM listeners on how the Nelson Mandela Museum is preserving, promoting and protecting the legacy of Nelson Mandela. He will further unpack the 2023-24 audit outcome results, tune into the Talking Point and the National Pulse to hear about the latest developments within the museum and the upcoming Liberation Heritage Indaba.
The Science of Life on SAFM.
Cybercrime is a real problem, and with obviously the advent of artificial intelligence and deep fakes and many of these sorts of new technologies, the rise in cybercrime is forecasted for around 70% between this year between last year 2023 and 2028 over that 5-year period, totaling $13.8 trillion US. The vulnerability for third-party and financial services is also on the rise, right? And these are often subsidiaries through which you and I transact and that hold our data and information. And some of these cyber syndicates, by the way, these cybercrime syndicates are well-funded, sometimes in certain instances state-sponsored and very advanced in the technological innovations. Anthony Watson is an executive consultant at Escrow Sure, joining us this morning. Anthony, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. The average financial services consumer doesn't have the technical wherewithal to be able to protect themselves to the best of their abilities against super advanced cybercrime syndicates. But at a minimum, what should we know? What should we be concerned about? And what can we proactively do?
Good morning, Oliver and SAfm listeners, and thanks for having Escrow show again. I'm going to look here at what the ABSA Chief Information Security Officer said, Minaj Puri, and there's been an increase of about 400% cyber attacks over the last 2 years since he's been there, with about 1 million attacks taking place every month. So with these large financial institutions, as well as what's happening in the public sector and the private sector, these large institutions are getting targeted, and at the end of the day, it is affecting those on the street. When these cyber criminals have access to the systems, they are then able to get hold of personal information, and that's just you and I logging into our banking apps, trying to perform our daily transactions. These cybersecurity criminals then have access to our credit card information, and it's serious. It's very serious for South Africans. We are seen as the third largest targeted entity in the world, and Statista reported in 2021 there were about 230 million breaches in South Africa alone, as we are the largest cyber criminal attack surface in Africa.
It would make sense given that South Africa also has the highest concentration of its population that is banked. When I use my banking app on my phone, I'm able to log in through biometrics and oftentimes two-factor authentication, but I can't log into my banking app on another device that is not the IP address of my device. My bank blocks that from happening. Is that sufficient a protection?
It definitely is a way of protecting. If we look at the amount of spend that these large banks are implementing and the amount of emphasis that they have on cybersecurity in-house, that's definitely a way of mitigating risks with two-factor authentication. I don't see, if the cyber criminal doesn't have access to the device that you need to verify, then it definitely helps give us peace of mind that we are protected.
From a policy perspective, from a legislative perspective, what can we, through the law, compel financial services providers to have as a minimum standard of security to best protect us, and how often should that minimum standard be reviewed?
Well, that's interesting because there's a new joint standard that's going to be implemented on the 1st of June 2025. I heard that you were speaking there about the SARB earlier, and the SARB has the Financial Sector Conduct Authority as well as the Prudential Authority working together to help implement this joint standard, and that's going to have an emphasis on cybersecurity and cyber resilience going forward.
What, as a consumer, what is the one question I should be asking whoever my financial services providers are?
I'm thinking it should definitely be, are you adhering to that standard? Do you have the right risk mitigation strategies in place to ensure that I as a user am protected? At the end of the day, there's heaps and heaps of money that's been pushed into the large financial institutions to ensure that they are protected. Luckily, we haven't heard of anything lately in the news of a financial commercial bank being affected as of yet. But then when we go back to what happened in the public sector with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure being infiltrated, that was serious, with 300 million being extracted over a 10-year period. They didn't really have those correct measures in place. So with not having addressed the severity of what it could mean if cyber criminals got inside, they were left with opportunities for these cyber criminals to get in. So we refer to that as the attack surface.
Yeah.
The attack surface was widened and broadened, and there were more entry points into the institution itself to get hold of that.
Yes.
So the financial institutions are extremely vigilant when it comes to making sure that internally they've addressed that there's no social engineering breaches. They've addressed that they have the right measures in place to protect their firewalls, their networking, as well as their infrastructure.
Yeah. And just a last
biggest
question.
risk
Just
is
a
the
last.
third-party risks.
Just a last question here. One of the biggest cybersecurity hacks we've had in South Africa was the TransUnion data breach, where a lot of consumer data got exposed. If you look at that TransUnion case, have they done stuff proactively after the fact that are now protecting their customers?
The TransUnion themselves, is that the CIPC that you're referring to there?
Yes.
Yes. So I don't have information as of what they've done to answer that, because it was reported in the 1st of March earlier this year. However, what's pertinent is that these cyber hackers had access to directorships, to credit card details, to personal information affecting people on the street, and it could be that when there are registered businesses and patents and trademarks and intellectual properties involved, there's fraud that can be committed.
Yeah. And
because what needed to happen there is that the users of the CIPC, the trade union themselves, needed to let their customers know that there'd been a breach. And if someone were to email them and say, hey, I'm a supplier of yours, we've changed our banking details, that's something that you need to have a sixth sense for, and not just go in. You have to have a zero trust policy when it comes to that.
Anthony, I'm going to have to leave you there. Thank you so much for your time and your insights this morning. Anthony Watson, Executive Consultant at Escrow Sure. I'm a little bit late for it, but let's take your latest headlines.
News headlines on SAfm. I am Ondilambana and a very good morning. Tshwane Mayor Celia Brink has approached the High Court in Pretoria to try and prevent opposition parties from removing him as mayor tomorrow. The MK party says it has appointed Mzwane Lebanyi as its chief whip, and teaching and learning has stopped at Ohlwalini Primary School in Jozini, Northern KwaZulu-Natal, due to concerns around the newly appointed principal and HOD. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Stays heavy coming out of the Pretoria area this morning on the M1 South. It's a collision at Atterbury. It is involving a truck. The traffic is heavy. It's back through the N4, Emilifani Highway, and back on towards Stormful Road. Mike 1's got a lot of pressure today around the Sandton area, south from Buccleuch down towards Caller Drive, and northbound from Parktown up in towards the Grayson Drive exit. A lot of unusual backlogging on the M1 Highway this morning. The N3 from Linbro Park moving through towards Buccleuch. That is quite heavy. And we've still got a crash inside Galuli's on the N3 north, so quite heavy from Cement Factory up through Bedfordview and into Galuli's for connections to Boksburg or the airport side. Durban, we had heavy pressure on the M4 Southern Freeway this morning. Thankfully, that's all eased up. The run through the city centre looks okay now. And Cape Town, if you're coming out of Mitchell's Plain, just a heads up of queues on the M7 Jake Skirville Drive up towards Turfall Road. All of a sudden, that's getting very busy through there. Further up the N7, where it becomes Jake Skirville N7 from Goodwood, solid from Four Trekker Road still right through to Bosmansdam Road, and plenty of traffic on Route 1 this morning. It is under pressure from Plattercliff Hill right through to the elevated freeway in the CBD. Behind that, Kuberg Road and Marine Drive routes trying to get into that N1 are both fairly slow going as well. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Sai Khan.
A very good morning to you. South Africa's Paralympic team eager to begin their campaign as the Games kicked off in Paris last night. The 31 athletes representing the nation will compete across 9 sports, with competition starting today. Amongst the athletes in action is Kirsty Weir, making her debut in the women's PTS4 triathlon. Weir, who has battled neurological lupus for 14 years, is looking forward to representing her country. There's also the versatile track and field athlete Liesl Hoos, competing in her 3rd Paralympics. She'll take part in the 400 meters and long jump. Joining her is Lizanne Coetzee, a blind athlete with high hopes for a podium finish. The games will conclude next Sunday. Now, athletics news. After securing a third-place finish at the ABSA Run Your City 10-kilometer in Tshwane, South African cross-country champion Caleb Mulaudzi is pleased with his progress following a challenging knee injury. Mulaudzi achieved back-to-back podium finishes in the Run Your City races, placing him second in Durban and third in Tshwane. Now, he's set to compete in Run Your City Joburg 10-kilometer as well as the Hollywood Summer 10-kilometer in Durban on the 24th and 29th of September, respectively.
To be honest, I'm here, but I wanted to defend my title, but it was not my day, so I accept. Now I'll go back to drawing board, and preparing for first count. Then after that, I'll run Joburg and then my season will be close.
Staying with athletics, at the World Under-20 Championships, South African junior sprinter Bayanda Walaza and Bradley Nkwana continue to make waves on the international stage, fresh off their silver medal. And that was their win in the 4x100 meter relay at the Paris Olympics. The duo returned to the podium at the World Athletics Under-20 Championships taking place in Peru. Walaza claimed gold in the 100 meter final with a blistering 10.19 seconds, while Nkwana secured a bronze with a time of 10.2 seconds. In the women's 100 meter final, Biwe Jinki improved on her previous performance, finishing fifth in a time of 11.57 seconds. Tennis, the defending champions Novak Djokovic and Coco Gauff won their second round matches in contrasting styles at the US Open. On a hot and humid day, Djokovic advanced after beating his Serbian compatriot Laszlo Djere, who retired in the third set. Djokovic was leading 6-4, 6-4, 2-love at that stage. The world number 2 will play the number 28 seed, that's the Australian Alexei Popyrin, in the third round. Now, Coco Gauff was a comprehensive winner, sweeping aside her German opponent Tatiana Maria in straight sets, 6-4, 6-love. The American Gauff will take on the former world number 1 Elena Svitolina of Ukraine. That's in the third round. And finally, cycling. The Irish rider Eddie Dunbar produced a sparkling finish to claim the 11th stage of the Vuelta a España, while three-time winner Primoz Roglic produced a late surge to chip away at Ben O'Connor's overall lead. That's how we wrap up sport. We'll have more here on SAfm at 12:30 with John Henniker. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAfm.
And Ntaleng is back for the final business update this hour. We start with Bitcorp. They're in the market looking for some new acquisitions.
That's right, Oliver. So the food services business that services the hospitality, restaurant industries is eyeing growth. The group plans to pick up more businesses that align with its current operations. It's even eyeing acquisitions that could open it up into new markets. Bitcorp currently operates in 35 countries and has grown through acquisitions. It made 4 purchases last year in Australia, the UK, and here at home, as well as in Germany. It has since completed 2 more deals, with another one planned for September. Now, the company is identifying more opportunities for acquisitions, particularly family-owned businesses transitioning to new generations, and it's willing to take on more debt to pursue strategic growth opportunities, suggesting that upcoming deals may be larger and more significant than previous ones. The move to pick up more assets comes as it delivered upbeat annual numbers, reporting an earnings and revenue rise of over 15%, following a good showing across all of its markets.
And moving along to some more of the company news this morning, higher fish prices work in Sea Harvest's favor.
That's right. So it benefited Sea Harvest, and it allowed it to deliver a 3% increase in its revenue. However, this didn't filter through to its bottom line as profits fell. The group has cited difficult fishing conditions resulting in reduced catch and production. So operationally, the group kind of fared well, recording revenue growth in most of its divisions, especially in South Africa. During the period, the company bought 2 new businesses, Acunium and Saldanha, which allowed it to start fishing for anchovies and pilchards. This is a bold move into the canned fish market, especially at a time where pilchards have kind of gained popularity, becoming the top protein source and overtaking chicken. This according to a report by the Competition Commission. Now, Sea Harvest will be directly competing with Lucky Star owner Oceana in that market, who currently has the largest market share.
Do you eat fish often?
I do eat fish. I eat a lot of hake, and I do eat a lot of tin fish.
I do a lot of tin fish. I don't do a lot of hake. I'm not good at making it. Salmon every once in a while, and it's like once in a very long while, because salmon's so expensive. My goodness, I can't afford it. But look, that chili tin fish by Pilchards slaps hard. I very, very much love that.
The tuna also slaps with some mayo.
It does, right? With some mayo, maybe some cucumbers, salt and pepper on some toast. That's perhaps one of the best sandwiches you can make. Yeah. Let's take a look at those market indicators. 20 minutes before the JSE Open, what are we looking at? What are we expecting today?
So a busy day for markets, with traders digesting local and international company news. The JSE expected to start the day on the back foot, extending yesterday's losses. Earnings season is in full swing here at home. Traders will be waking up to numbers from Santam, Impala Platinum, South 32 and South Sea owner Blue Label Telecoms. Not much action playing out in the currency scene. The rand trading slightly weaker due to the global risk-off sentiment. It's sitting at 17.80 to the dollar. That risk-off sentiment initially started in the US, and it's expected to continue, as some analysts say that Nvidia's earnings lacked the wow factor to boost overall equities. Futures in Wall Street sitting mostly in the red at the moment. Over in Asia, markets on track for another mixed finish ahead of the US inflation print that's due tomorrow.
Darling, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Catch up tomorrow morning. The National Credit Regulator has issued an alert to consumers about unscrupulous debt counselors. We speak about that on the other side of this.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand, or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading lens enhancements. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Book online or call your nearest store today. Specsavers, for affordable eye care and a whole lot more. T's and C's apply.
The Buccaneers are highly against anything that will prevent them from getting to the final as they chase their third consecutive title. But the citizens are on a mission to spoil that party. This is the second leg of the MTN 8 semi-final. Defending champs Orlando Pirates FC tackle Cape Town City FC on Saturday, 31 August at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC One and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
You are listening to SAfm Breakfast.
You know, now that I think about it, I really actually do love fish. It just sucks that I'm not great at making hake. This is the best hake fish and chips I've ever had. It was from this place in Paarl. I don't know Paarl very well, but I don't know the name of the shop, but it's right opposite the post office if you're in town. They have this hake and snook combo fish and chips. Man, is that delicious. Might be the best I've ever had. But that tuna sandwich, oh my goodness, how great is it? Tuna with some salt and pepper, maybe some cucumbers and some mayo in there, and it gives you an amazing sandwich. Are you good at making fish? What are some of your favorite fish dishes? What's your go-to fish option when you're out having fish or decide to make fish for dinner? Give me a call, 086 000 2032. The National Credit Regulator has issued an alert to consumers warning them to beware of misleading and prohibited practices by debt counselors. What are some of these misleading and prohibited practices? Morris Maluleke, who is the supervisor for complaints at the complaints department at the National Credit Regulator, joins us. Morris, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. What are debt counselors doing that are against the law?
Good morning, Oliver. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's a war against debt counselors who are actually engaging in misleading adverts. The trends that we have actually identified is where they promise consumers of credit that they are consolidating their debts or they are working with the government to assist them. And some instances, they actually make them believe that they will save about 60% of their salaries. So it's something that is highly concerning, and this was actually reflected with the alarming number of complaints that we received. Yeah.
Before we get to the nature of the complaints, Morris, are we talking here about registered debt counselors that are on your radar at the moment?
That's correct. Yeah, we are talking about registered debt counselors. Obviously, there will be bad apples amongst them. Those that are
Yeah, Morris, look, and this might sound like a very silly question, but is there a need for debt counselors? Because ultimately what they do is they restructure your debt with your creditors on your behalf to help ease the burden or help you better manage your debt burden, right? So if I fall into economic hard times and I can't afford to pay all my loans, ideally I would go to the bank and say, hey man, listen, I've got this bond, I've got this car loan with you guys. I've fallen into economic hard times. I can't meet the loan requirements every month as it currently stands. Can we restructure and renegotiate these sort of things? Surely consumers can do that themselves on their own behalf.
Look, there's nothing wrong in taking that route. Remember, over-indebtedness varies from consumer to consumer. Some are over-indebted such that all their accounts are falling into areas whereby it will be easy to actually get someone who can actually negotiate on your behalf and have that proposal confirmed by the magistrate, where you will actually stick to those payments for a period of time until your debts are actually paid up. Remember, if you do that on your own, how do you then inform your bureaus to say, no, you can't actually incur more credit? Remember, when you go under that review, it means you can't incur more credit.
Yeah.
And it means your name has actually been flagged to say, please stop giving Oliver more credit until such time that all these debts are actually cleared. So, depending on the number of accounts that you have, let's say maybe you have one or two, you can negotiate with your creditors, of which I believe this should be the first step that you take before you consider going under debt review. But the thing is, do consumers are aware of that? Are they aware of that? Because some of these unscrupulous debt counselors, they take advantage of the fact that consumers do not have that kind of information, and they will sing the music that they will want to hear. Remember, if somebody comes to you, Olivia, and say, you have so many accounts, all are in areas, we can help you to actually have them paid off in a space of maybe, let's say, 24 months, and you'll save 60%, and or we'll consolidate your debts. That's what you want to hear, because you're financially stressed.
Yeah. Perhaps to then ask this with regards to recourse. What recourse do consumers have against unscrupulous debt counselors?
Okay. They can bring it to our attention and call NCR, lodge a complaint, where we'll actually do our investigation. In some instances, we do monitoring exercises, and just to actually maybe end up issuing an instructional letter, which will then get those debt counselors to actually make corrections. Or we can take them as far as removing them from the system, stop them from completely practicing. So it's a battle that indeed we are actually putting our attention on. Remember, if you think of what the spirit of the act is, and the objective is to try and actually help consumers that actually need debt relief.
Yeah. What is the nature of the complaints that you've been receiving? What are some of the most common complaints?
Okay. The alarming number that we have received recently are with regards to those that are placed under debt review without their consent. which is just a worrying trend to us. And that's the main one. And some are give consent unaware. Some do not even give consent. Because, if somebody calls you on your cell phone and say, you know what, can you confirm that we can actually assist you? And can we send you forms that you can actually sign? Because you have already been told that your debts are being consolidated. You have already been told that we are working with NCR and the government to try and actually assist you. That's what we want to hear. So the main issue, that is why that circular that was actually issued was focusing mainly on consumers that have been placed under debt review because of some of these misleading adverts that were actually advertised by some of these the debt counsellors. Remember, the debt counselling process is a voluntary process.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be called because, you know your financial situation. You have to call and seek for help. So it's unfortunate that due to lack of information, some of these consumers fall into those traps where they are taken for a ride and they end up being placed under debt review.
Just very quickly, I've got this tweet here from Mzuki Simdipa who says to me, I have difficulty in cancelling my debt review as I can afford, but I don't know how to reverse this contract. Do you have a quick response for that?
Okay, the quick response is, can you be in touch with our office? Our number is 0860-627-627, or maybe go to our website, download the complaint initiation form and complete and send it to our office. Then we can be able to actually investigate. As I said, some are placed under debt review unknowingly, some knowingly, but not aware of what they are putting themselves into.
That number again, it's 0860-267-267.
No. Okay, the number is, I'll say it very slowly, 0860-627-627, or go to our website, which is www.ncr.org.za.
Yeah. Is the National Credit Regulator going on an information roadshow anytime soon?
Okay, it's what we are currently doing. We are also doing some webinars. Yesterday was another day where we were busy with webinars. Our education department is on national road shows from time to time doing the outside broadcasts in conjunction with we go to all the provinces. We'll do it with conjunction with some of the radio stations in that area, in those areas, or maybe should I say in those provinces, where we'll actually communicate this. So this is one of our main focus, where we are saying, consumers, please wake up. And it's unfortunate that the message will never reach everyone, but we'll try our best, and we are trying our best to make sure that such message, which is very critical, is communicated to our consumers.
Yeah, Morris Maduleka, thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. Supervisor of the Complaints Department at the National Credit Regulator. Let's take your latest traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Extremely busy in Sandton today, Sandton in Joburg. So we've got some big traffic coming down the Mike 1 from Buccleuch through Greyston down towards Caller Drive. Some fairly heavy traffic up through Melrose, up going north in towards Greyston Drive. And then routes like Rivonia Road, Ballyclare, Bryanston, Winnie Mandela, Sandton Drive, Greyston around Benmore, coming in towards West Street and Fifth Street. It's really heavy in that central Sandton area this morning. If you are inbound for an event or just inbound for Sandton traffic and to get to work, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that. The other issue we're watching is heavy traffic on the N3, Alex up to Buccleuch interchange, and a crash early in Pretoria, N1 South that caused the backlog of traffic through towards Atterbury Road has been cleared. If you're driving Mbombela today, a couple of stop-go controls on the N4 Ring Road around the R37 Leidenburg exit. It is very heavy and very slow going out there. And Cape Town this morning, just been a crash on the N7 South going down through Goodwood towards Voortrekker Road. So extra pressure as you come off the N1 highway and go south on Jakes Herveld Drive. And busy again into the city centre. The N1, we saw this linger until well after 10 o'clock yesterday. This morning, as we look at the live flow into Cape Town using the N1, it's backed out from Plattercliff Road all the way through to the elevated freeway. And it's bad enough that you've got queues coming into it on the N2 Nelson Mandela Boulevard. That's very strange. Normally you sort of scoot straight through, but from sort of Searle Street, Nelson Mandela backed up onto that elevated freeway. Because the N1 into town so busy, both Marine Drive and Coburg Roads through Pardon Island and Brooklyn are heavy to get in or through that N1 as well. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
I absolutely love how resourceful SFM listeners and sometimes deeply nerdish you guys can be. Tiamo sent me a text here and I just learned something new. He says, "Good morning, Oliver. Technically, snakes are not poisonous, but venomous. The difference is that venomous refers to an organism that would bite, sting in order to inject toxins. For example, snakes. The word poisonous refers to an organism that would unload its toxins when you ingest them. For example, eating a leaf of a poisonous plant, etc." That's fascinating. Thank you, Tiamo, for that. I'm going to use that at trivia night one day. Let's have a listen at some of your WhatsApp voice notes.
Why must you build a shack on a railway line? Why? They must do this in the Eastern Cape, not here in Cape Town. We want the trains to operate. The trains are ending in Guguletu. The trains must actually go as far as Khayelitsha. So those that are living on a railway line, they must do that in the Eastern Cape, not here in Cape Town. We want the trains to operate.
Is it just me, or does that they must do that in the Eastern Cape have a little bit of classism in it? Perhaps a little bit of Helen Ziller-esque provincial xenophobia, as she once said. They import that the problem there in Cape Town is that it's all the kids from the Eastern Cape that are coming into their school. It sounds a little bit like that, right?
Morning, guys. This is Maureen. I'm not to say I'm disappointed in ANC. It's their tactics. I am more disappointed in Action SA to stoop so low to want to rubbish what is being fixed in Tshwane. Tshwane, it's a process. ANC failed so many years in that city, and now they claim that the current coalition government is not doing anything. Let's put the facts on the paper. Let's put them here on the table and see, is there anything not being done in Tshwane?
Morning, Oliver. I was very amused with your story about the megalomaniac. It occurs to me we could have some fun with this, some real whopping words in English. What about gobbledygook for all the nonsense that politicians talk, or grandiloquence? And then there was the judgment given by the Constitutional Court where they said that the case against Zuma was flogging a dead horse, and somebody phoned in who was mortally insulted because they said he was insulting his president by comparing him to a dead animal. Well, we could have a fun program with all this funny English. Barbara Nasner.
Yeah, we should do Dr. William Smith's A Word or Two on radio. My favorite was there's this academic and political analyst in Nigeria, and he often appears on Nigerian TV, and he is hilarious. He used the word crinkum crankum, which has gone very viral on social media, and you often see it pop up on Twitter. He's the only person in the world that uses the word crinkum crankum. This is what it means. It's a real word. It's a real English word. Crinkum crankum. It means to be fanciful or excessively intricate and elaborate. My goodness. Give us a call, 086 000 2032. Andrew in Durban, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Oliver.
Go for it. What's on your mind?
So, I have recently been diagnosed with a condition called myelodysplastic syndrome. It's a rare hematological condition where my bone marrow is not actually working properly, and my cell counts go down and down and down until I don't have any capacity to fight an infection or I start to bleed. I need a stem cell transplant as the only definitive cure for this. Now, as part of my journey, I've started to find out how many people in South Africa also need a stem cell transplant for other conditions. And it turns out that if you need a stem cell transplant in South Africa, the chances of getting a match in some communities is as low as 19%. And so I wondered whether this was a debate that we could have on SAfm 8:30 to find out what can we do to promote the willingness of people to sign up to be donors. To sign up is a really easy process. You have a swab in your cheek, a bit like a COVID swab, but much easier. And then should you be a match, then it's like having a blood donation. It's no longer a very invasive procedure. And so I'm just really asking...
Where do I go for that?
So there's two organizations that you can register with in South Africa. One is called DKMS, and if you go onto their website, you can find out about donating. And the other is the South African National Stem Cell donor organization. It's based in Cape Town. And again, they would have something on the website. And if you were to contact them, they would send you some details and you can sign up. Or if you wanted to run a campaign at your local school or local church or local university to encourage other well people to sign up, they would come and join you. We recently ran a promotion at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We've been asking medical students to sign up. And if you're between the ages of 17 and 55 and you are well, then you can sign up to be on the register.
Yeah.
You're on the register until you are identified maybe as a match. They are looking for things called HLA matches. You need to have 10 matches, 10 out of 10 to be a donor.
Yeah, Andrew, I'll make this commitment because we have run out of time. I will invite any one of these two organizations onto the show tomorrow in our science feature, and we'll talk to them, get more information, and I will commit to donating stem cells. You said it's not invasive and that it's quite easy to do, so I'll just go and do it. But they'll give us more information on that. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, Andrew. Appreciate it.
All right, excellent. Thanks very much.
And
Cheers.
recording us
Thanks.
there from Durban. I'm serious. We're going to talk about this. 19% is ridiculously low. Before I leave, I just want to say thank you so much for engaging us. Really, really do appreciate it. It's been a fantastic show. I'm back with you tomorrow. Please do join me. Deputy President Paul Mashatile will be on the show. There's lots we have to talk about the business of government. And from myself and the team, thank you very much. Goodbye for now. But before I leave, I want to remind you that Essential Cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
Thank you, Oliver. Top stories at 9 tries to halt the no confidence motion against him, and some workers still unsure whether to dip into their retirement fund. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Tshwane Mayor Celia Brink has approached the High Court in Pretoria to try and prevent opposition parties from removing him as mayor tomorrow. In leaked court papers that are now in possession of SABC News, the Tshwane Mayor wants the court to block an upcoming motion of no confidence against him. Brink has been Tshwane mayor since end of March last year after succeeding the late Dr. Murunwa Magwarela. The motion will officially be tabled and debated in the Tshwane Council. Meanwhile, a total of 8 members of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party have now been sworn in as members of Parliament. The new MPs include Brian Molefe, Siyabonga Gama, Lucky Montana, all of whom have been implicated in the State Capture Commission report. MK Parliamentary Leader John Hlophe.
Well, there is no such thing as a cloud to begin with. According to our Constitution, to be more specific, Section 35 thereof, there is something called a presumption of innocence. So if any individual has been charged, it doesn't matter what the charges are, that individual is presumed innocent until such time that he or she is found guilty.
The Western Cape Department of Education says more than 2,400 teaching posts in the province will be cut next year. The department says this is due to budget cuts by the national government. Provincial Minister of Education David Meinir says the department is communicating with schools this week before they receive their staff post allocations for next year. Meinir says they have raised the matter at the Council of Education Ministers for urgent action because the budget shortfalls impact all the provinces.
We are doing everything we can to fight for our teachers, but we are being shortchanged by national government, receiving only 64% of the total cost of the nationally negotiated public sector wage agreement. Despite implementing a drastic 2.5 billion rand budget cut, we still face a 3.8 billion rand budget shortfall over the next 3 years. We should never have been put in this position, and we will do everything we can to fight for our teachers in the Western Cape.
As the country prepares to usher in a new retirement fund dispensation, some workers are still not certain if they will be able to claim their share from the two-pot retirement funds, as their employers have not been paying their contributions. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority has long raised concerns about some municipalities and other employers who are not paying over their employees' pension contributions to pension and provident funds. Some staff at the Mafube local municipality in the Free State say they are among workers who are affected. The South African Municipal Workers Union's Tabang Zowa says the union has instituted legal action against some municipalities, including Mafube, for non-payment of retirement contributions to fund managers.
It is both the municipalities and the pension fund who must then shoulder the responsibility of ensuring that municipalities do comply. So we're putting blame on the doorsteps of the pension funds and the municipalities that fail to comply. What we have done from our side is that we have referred various cases to the PFA. We have received some of the determinations which we are processing with attorneys and ensuring that our members are getting what they're entitled to. Our responsibility as a union is to ensure that these things are done.
A major storm that's hit southern Japan has injured about 40 people and left hundreds of thousands without water. Typhoon Shanshan made landfall on the island of Kyushu this morning. It's brought torrential rain and has severely disrupted transport services. The BBC's John Mackenzie has the details.
Rain is still lashing the southern islands, and the authorities have warned that the threat of deadly floods and landslides is increasing. Around 1 million people have been ordered to evacuate their homes. The typhoon's path is proving difficult to predict, but it could become more deadly as it heads north towards the capital.
Recapping the top story, Tshwane Mayor Celia Brink has approached the High Court in Pretoria to try and prevent opposition parties from removing him as mayor tomorrow. I am Ondelambana for SAfm News, headlines at 9:30.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS CAR to 43187.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105 FM in Mokopane.
Your own panel beater is like that route you always use to get to work. Familiar and feels right. Outsurance gets it. Fortunately, with Outsurance Essential, your claim is paid out in cash to use your own panel beater. Also, get up to 1 million rand liability cover and other great benefits at a low cost. Outsurance Essential is priced for cars older than 5 years, valued under 125,000 rand and not financed. SMS CAR to 43187 or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Every day, our children are exposed to relentless marketing of unhealthy foods where they live, learn, and play. This aggressive marketing of unhealthy foods to children can shape their eating habits and food preferences for the rest of their lives. I'm your host, Crystal Audison. Is big food stalking our children? Watch Chew on This on healer.org.
They say first touch in football is very key. That's exactly what First Touch ladies want to display to grab a spot in the top 5. But UWC is onto something different. This is the Hollywood Men's Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. First Touch Ladies FC versus the University of the Western Cape Ladies FC on Sunday 1 September at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Sakina, you know, we are vindicated as the Patriotic Alliance because at local level, we have always said that the DA is very arrogant, is very rude, it wants to be the boss.
And this is very unsettling. If it's unsettling for us as politicians,
It's also unsettling for the citizens. And you can actually feel the crispness in the air, Sakina, that the people are tense.
Deputy President Kenny Kunene, and we also have African Christian Democratic Party's spokesperson in Gauteng, Bishop Dalton Adams.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm. The Talking Point on SAfm. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
The importance about why we are remembering this day and honouring it. We're not remembering or honouring the fact that they went to prison, but we're remembering and honouring the reasons behind why they went to prison, the meaning of why they were willing to pay the next ultimate sacrifice, life imprisonment for those ideals. The 10th trialist had been acquitted, as I made reference to earlier, on the 4th of March, James Cantle, because, as the judge said, there was insufficient evidence. In fact, there was quite a humorous anecdote to that. At one point, the judge asked the prosecution, are you serious about charging him because he fed the chickens at Lily's Leaf? And George Bezos recounts that story in a very humorous fashion. So effectively, James Cantle was charged for two reasons. One being the brother-in-law of Harold Volpe, and secondly that he was at Lily's Leaf the day after the raid to pick up the Goldwhack children, but while he was there he decided that the chickens needed being fed. So according to the police, he obviously knew his way around the site and therefore was linked to the others. The other 9 were actively involved. I mean, they were key members and had played a key role in the movement and in the move to armed struggle. And there was evidence. I mean, except for Elias Mozzoledi and Andrew, because they weren't arrested at Lily's Leaf. They had been arrested earlier in June of that year and were brought to the Rivonia trial. So there wasn't as much evidence at the farm that would link them specifically to the activities of the armed struggle. I mean, Nelson, as we all remember, was already serving a 5-year sentence, and the fact of the matter was they found his documents, his diary, and other written documents in the coal shed, which enabled the apartheid authorities to bring him as accused number 1 to the trial. I mean, Dennis Goldberg, Andrew Ahmed Kathadra, Rusty Bernstein, Galvin Mbeki, Raymond Mashlaba were arrested at the farm on the 11th of July 1963.
That motivation, that opening motivation, comes from Sir Nicholas Wolpe, the founder and CEO of the Lily's Leaf Trust. He passed away yesterday, and of course the ANC issued a statement yesterday saying that they're mourning his passing. He is the founder and the CEO of the Lily's Leaf Trust. He was the son of Harold Wolpe and Anne-Marie Wolpe, whose Rivonia farm, Lily's Leaf, provided a safe haven for ANC activists, including President Nelson Mandela during the 1960s. He passed away yesterday, and those words come from him. Welcome to the Talking Point. My name is Khomotso Keiji Mweketsi. I'm in for Kathy Mutlatlana. It's Thursday, the 29th of August. The weather in Joburg is starting to feel like it's going to get cold in the next coming couple of days. We're SAfm leading the conversation. Join in whenever you want to on 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032, the SMS line 41391. That SMS will come to you at 150 on the WhatsApp line 061 410 4107. We're on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. We are at SAfm Radio, and please hashtag SAfm Talking Point when you talk to us. Worth noting, by the way, that today's a big day if you're into competitions, because SAfm, as you've heard in the promo, is giving away 88,000 rands in cash. That's 8,800 rand to 10 lucky listeners in the SAfm 88th birthday competition. So to stand a chance of winning your share of that 88,000 rands in cash, please follow the following steps. You stay tuned to SAfm and you you SMS SAfm 88 followed by your name to the number 41391. That SMS costs 150 free minutes, and SMS bundles don't apply. And during the last hour of our show today, our producers will be calling a lucky winner. When we call you, you must answer with the word SAfm 88 in order to win 8,800 rand. Did you hear me? When we call you, you must answer with the word SAfm 88. If you say, hello, ke bua le mang, I'm going to put the phone down. So when you pick up the phone, you must say SAfm 88 in order for you to win 8,800 rand. The competition closes on the 30th of August, and terms and conditions apply. Coming up on the program today, we open the lines for you between now and 10 o'clock, between now and 10 o'clock. And 10 o'clock, it's a Thursday, hashtag Municipal Watch. The COGDA Minister is going to respond to the AG's report on our show this morning. On our Municipal Watch feature, we're going to speak to the National Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velinkosi Hlabisa, to get his response to the Auditor General's report, which found that only 34 municipalities obtained clean audits. And the minister has so far promised to look into the different structures that run municipalities, and will also reveal his plans in a few days' time. When you listen to this feature, of course, every Thursday, you will know some of the rot that's been revealed in some of the different municipalities. The minister is going to talk to us today between 10 and 11. After 11, new developments in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The latest stats indicate that approximately 7.6 million people are living with HIV in South Africa. The HIV incidence rate is about 2.7 per 1,000 population across all ages. Additionally, there are around 50,000 deaths due to AIDS annually. So we're unpacking the new vaccine interventions that have been made in recent weeks to make medications accessible to communities that are affected by HIV and AIDS. So we're going to talk to Dr. Nkensane Nkwashu, Executive of NSP Implementation at the South African National AIDS Council, Saira Johnson Qureshi, who's Country Coordinator at PEPFAIR, and Ntabiseng Petras Khoza, Director of HIV AIDS at Conditional Grant at the Department of Health. And then after that, we're going to be very busy clearly today. After that, we're going to have a conversation with the Nelson Mandela Museum. We're going to talk to the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Museum about the preservation and the protection and the promotion of the legacy of Nelson Mandela. Dr. Vuyani Boy, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Museum, is who talks to us. So that's what we're doing on the show today. So what's on your mind? It would be nice to know. Yesterday was a busy day after we left. There was a lot of busyness in Parliament and the Parliament of the Republic. The MK Party, remember, they took, what's the right word? They removed 10 MPs last week. In fact, those 10 MPs have since subsequently taken them to court, and that's a separate discussion, of course, and matter. But separate to that, they had 8, is it 8, Kanya? 8 MPs sworn in yesterday, amongst them some former SOE heads. Brian Molefe was one of them. Mzwane Lemanyi, Mzwane Lemanyi was not heading any SOE, not at all. In fact, he was once the head of GCIS, if my memory is serving me correct. And Brian Molefe, Siyabonga Gama, who am I forgetting? Another person who is very famous but was not heading an SOE is Papa Penny. He had a television show and he's a well-known musician. Who else am I forgetting? Lucky Montana, yes. Lucky Montana was one of the people that were sworn in. Who else am I forgetting? But yeah, it was a very busy day for the MK party. Oh, the EFF party also had 2 MPs sworn in the form of Snao Temba, who we know the CIC said replaces Nico Floyd Chivambu in Parliament. Snao Temba was sworn in. So too was Nazir Paulson was sworn. So it was a busy, very busy day in Parliament. So if you're an MK party member, it would be nice for me to hear from you on the line if you're impressed with the new members of Parliament that have been sworn in for your organization, and what you make for the ones that are taking your organization still to court. The 10 that were relieved of their duties a couple of days ago. So, I mean, there's always a lot to talk about, and of course, many calls, from many different quarters for the Justice Minister to step aside and the Tembisile Simelane. 086 000 2032. There's many things we could talk about. 086 000 2032. 061 410 4107 is the WhatsApp line, or on SMS 41391. That SMS though will come to you at 150. We are on X. We are at SAfm Radio. We'll come back with your calls.
British supergroup Smokey is touring South Africa in September. Party of the year with Mexican Girl, Needles and Pins, and of course, living next door to Alice. Smokey in South Africa. Cape Town 18 September, Pretoria 20 September, Port Elizabeth 21 September, and Carnival City on 22 September. Bookings at ltickets.coza, 011 815 3000 or smoky.coza.
Last year finalists Kabuyelo Masandawana trust that high-level focus will return them to the final. Meanwhile, Stellies plan to dismantle all of that and book the vital ticket to the last 22 men standing. This is the second leg of the MTN 8 semi-final. Stellenbosch FC clashes with Mamelodi Sundowns FC on Sunday, 1st September at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The SAfm University Debate Challenge is back. Join us for the 1-hour debate on This Week Today with Oliver Dixon from 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, the 30th of August 2024 at the SABC in Bloemfontein. The University of the Free State will take on the Central University of Technology in what promises to be a nail-biting debate. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is an independent, non-partisan progressive initiative seeking to develop confident communicators, critical thinkers, and empowered global citizens. If you want to attend the debate, you can email info@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply. Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
There's a Shebeen there. I think it's 2 streets away from the Gupta house. Now, I will not admit or deny that I was going to the Shebeen, but because I haven't, my young wife is not aware that there's a Shebeen there. But there's a Shebeen there.
You are listening to KG Mwekezi on SAfm.
We've really gone through a lot. We are a people who have gone through a lot, because that reminds me of that time when Brian Molefe was being asked whether or not he had gone to the Gupta House in Saxonwold. In fact, it's the Sowetan that's leading with the headline, from Saxonwold to what are they saying? Saxonwold to Cape Town. Saxonwold is becoming Cape Town, or something like that. I'm not sure. But we've gone through a lot. So, yeah, I remember that's Brian Molefe, by the way, when he was being asked whether or not he had gone to the Gupta House in Saxonwold. And remember, that's the answer he had given us at the time, that there was a shebeen there. And, as a newly married man, because I think he was newly married at the time, and he said his young wife doesn't know that he goes to a shebeen in Saxonwold. We've gone through a lot. We need counseling. We're a people who've gone through a lot. Mzwandile in the Eastern Cape, the culture of politics in South Africa. Morning, Mzwandile.
Morning, KG.
How are you?
All right, thanks yourself.
Good, thanks.
You know what, I was actually looking at this over the past 30 years, especially what transpired in the last national elections, and how much even international markets were hoping that the DA would form part of our government. And in a way, that's a bit of a concern, and I'll tell you why there's a concern. Because there's a culture created in the perception bias that for us to move forward, we actually need a particular demographic group to be part of the leading of the country, or to lead the country. If I look at what is happening in Tshwane, it's almost like you need, let me be direct, you need whites to be at the helm of government for government to survive, meaning that we blacks cannot lead. Now, if we drill down there, I think it will come down to one thing, KG, and that is, if you were to look at the deployment of the DA, you could not say that the DA is deploying anyone better. In fact, I think there are much more qualitative black individuals within politics and administration that can do a much better job than the DA. But the problem, we must quantify that currently what we've been exposed to is the culture within black politics that suppresses the emerging of capabilities amongst black administrators and black politics. As a result, when you compare that with the DA, you might find that we are in a position where, as black people, we are still needing someone to buy us time to develop that capability outside of the current political class, black class, if I can put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we are suffering a perception bias and the damage when you are dealing. It's like if you are saying black, you are dealing with incapable people, but that's not the issue. We must quantify what is causing that. So that we can have a pinpointed method of addressing it. I don't know if you're with me.
No, I am with you, but where Tshwane is concerned, I'm also under the impression, outside of what you just said, and I tend to agree very largely with what you've said. Outside of what you've said, where Tshwane is concerned, I also was under the impression, and I may be wrong, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression, and maybe Kanya can also correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression that it's also part of the arrangement of the GNU that where they're co-governing, there's an agreement where they're co-governing that they will not be in disagreement or let go of each other's mayors. I thought that was an agreement that was down where they're co-governing. So it's almost as if they're getting out of an agreement that had been preset at a GNU level. So I thought that is part of the reason what's happening in Tshwane is happening in Tshwane.
Yeah, look, I can't speak in depth about Tshwane, but even such an agreement is not healthy for the country. You must allow each and every area to develop mechanisms that work for them, and not have a situation where you can tentatively have bullyism because now and ill behaviors because people are operating under a cloud of protection. But the point of departure of the point I wanted to make, KG, is we've got an oversupply of black capabilities. The DA is not any better than any of us who are black, but we must deal with the black political culture that suppresses the emergence of us taking our rightful position and managing any institution the way it should be, without the need to constantly run back to white political parties as if they are any better than any of our administrators or politicians.
No, I hear you completely. I hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Tagatayo in Cape Town.
Good morning, KG.
Good
Thanks
morning.
very much for taking my call.
Good morning.
KG, yes, this is the last days. I think today is the 29th of August. Yes, it's the Women's Month. You see, my concern, KG, is I think, you see, before we were getting this government of democracy, 1994, we had those divisions in the police. I think there was a division of murder and robbery before, if you remember. That division of murder and robbery was successful that time because they were dealing with murders.
Oh, you mean in the SAPS? In the SAPS?
Yeah, in the SAPS, yes. Yeah, they were dealing with the violent crimes like murders that are affecting women and children in South Africa. That division was dissolved by this current government. And the reason, I don't know. And we are developing the other divisions that are not even effective according to my perspective. So my question is, can't we maybe just rethink and start now recurring those divisions that were there before so that they can make sure that this kind of crime is just eliminated in South Africa?
Yeah, no, I hear you. We have to come up with a solution. It's crazy that women get killed at the level that they do, and we have to come up with a solution yesterday. Either way, whatever it is, we have to come up with a solution. Thank you, Tagatayo. It's 9:30, on Delamdana with the news headlines.
Thank you, KG. News headlines at 9:30 on SAfm. I am Ondelambana and a very good morning. The Eldorado Park Schools Governing Body Forum south of Johannesburg is threatening to shut down all schools in the area and disrupt ongoing matric preliminary exams if Gauteng Education MC Matomane Chilwane does not meet with them by tomorrow. Tshwane Mayor Celia Brink has approached the High Court in Pretoria to try and prevent opposition parties from removing him as mayor tomorrow. And a court in the U.S. state of Nevada has sentenced a former politician to life in prison for murdering an investigative journalist. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
Hi, good morning, listeners and SAfm. Look, I just want to touch on this morning's topic with Oliver. I don't understand, how is it that we as taxpayers, we are always on the short end of the stick? I think that this government needs to get its act together, and I think that we need to rethink this constitution. How is it that when a unlawful occupant occupies a stolen land, why is it my responsibility to go and get eviction orders? These people needs to be removed irrespective of their rights, because I too have rights as a taxpayer. Why is it that people that rents, they refuse to pay for whatever the reason, and they say they can't pay anymore? My bond needs to be covered, but I need to get an eviction order out so that I can get other tenants in. It's mind-boggling. These people have got more rights than us that's paying tax.
Hi, good morning, Mrs. KG. I hope you are doing well. Mrs. KG, I like to say this straight to the Premier of Eastern Cape. He must stop to promise the people. He must do it. That guy is good when it comes to talk, but when it comes to do something, he's nothing. I wish, or I hope he was listening this VN, because the Premier of Eastern Cape is doing nothing, man. He's doing nothing. Now it's a second term. He said he's going to bring jobs, he's going to bring investors. But Eastern Cape is very, very, very poor. It's very, very, very poor, Sis KG. Like, seriously. That Premier must lift up the socks and do something. People of Eastern Cape is suffering. Now he's coming here in Western Cape and Johannesburg with their numbers because he's looking for the job. Thank you.
Morning, Sister KG. I heard that MK Party has appointed Mr. Mzwanele as the chief whip of the party at the parliament. So yeah, it don't come as a surprise to me because I knew that the guy will get one of the big role in the parliament for the party. So, but yeah, congratulations for him. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Thank you. It's Qenqa Shibaza here, Kwaqwathaza, eXhopo.
Good morning, Sis KG. Sis KG, can you please help us out, man? I'm staying here next to this building called East Gate Building. It's in corner, Bog, and Claim Street. These people, they've connected electricity illegally. Their electricity was cut off by the city council. They then bridged the electricity. Now it's affecting our transformer. It keeps having problem or blown up, like because of this illegal connections. So can you please help us out, ma'am, like by conducting maybe City Power to come and help us with these people who are connecting illegally? It's Eastgate Building, corner, Claim, and Bog Street in Jubet Park. Please, can you contact City Power, ma'am? Thank you.
Good morning, us KG. No, mine is the way in Gauteng they changed the mayors. But the elders, especially Bontate, Tabompegi, Mutlante, also Mr. Tony Leon, they are very quiet while these young politicians are busy misleading the country. I don't know why they don't call these people into order. Also, Mr. Toko, they need to be involved. Not during the election time. Thanks.
Good morning, KG, and good morning to SAfm listeners. I was speaking to Honorable Magwekha Kuban. KG, there was a MP on MK. From those 18 members, they were withdrawn on Parliament. And then uJacob Zuma akayazi le nto baba akayazi le nto bakhona abasebenza phansi kwegama lakhe. Now I hear Zuma said sibagxotshile abanye and siseza kubagxotsha uba benzi ngolhlobo. Now inobuthini ke ngoku because uZuma uyayazi into babagxotshiwe. Inobuthini? It's Honorable Magwekha Kuban. I really want to hear that guy, what he's saying now, because he said before Zuma didn't know about this. Thank you.
9:37. Brutus in KZN. Hi, Brutus.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? You want to talk the new MK Party members of Parliament that were sworn in yesterday? Aye, Papa Penny. Aye.
Yes. Congratulations to Papa Penny. Congratulations to all the sworn in. And in fact, I'm very, very much happy with the decision. I think we see what he's doing. Obviously, there will be those journalists and media houses that will want to portray people like Brian as corrupt, as what, but till today, they are still roaming around. There is no charges, there's nothing, of which we know the strategy. We just, right now we have a president, in fact, who has even found that there's something to answer, but you'll never see media and journalists and so forth saying that. But what I can tell you is that people must relax. We are not, in fact, we can see everything. Black people now, they are woke. We know, and I can guarantee you that come 2029, MKP will be in power.
Okay, congratulations, yes. Brutus.
Yes, and also, just to mention a few things, people must relax. What's happening, this party is not even a year. So obviously there will be changes, there will be this and that, up until we get it right. People must relax. Yes, MK is in power, ANC is dead, long dead.
Okay.
People now, they are not dumb. They see what's happening. Thank you so much.
Okay, Brutus, congratulations. Thank you. Sintu in Midrand. Hi, Sintu.
Sister Kate, how are you?
Hi, Sintu. Happy Thursday.
Yes, thank you very much, man. I also want to commend, man, MK Party for bringing black intelligentsia into that parliament. And parliament will never be the same right now. Having all the people with brains who are knowledgeable about the SOEs, how to run them effectively so. And secondly, man, KG, you see now, people are pointing fingers at those individuals. Does the name Caesar rings to you?
Sorry, the name who?
Daniel Msiza from Limpopo.
Daniel Msiza from Limpopo.
Yes, Robert Matonga, Kabeno John Matsete. You see, these are the people who are implicated, who have been charged, you see, for looting and money laundering and corruption, racketeering in the VPS scandal. But the ANC has not done anything about those people. They are the high-profile members within their own ranks. But they are busy pointing fingers at people who have not been charged, but they say they are tainted. Even their own president is tainted, and deputy president has got something to answer about the alleged corruption houses in Cape Town, but they are busy pointing fingers to the NK members. I think it's wrong for those assertions. You see, NK party is building a very strong party, nearly 6 months, you see, but now they are showing people that are going to use every person who has got skills to make sure that we change parliament. You see, this is what I wanted to say.
Okay. Congrats, Sintu. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zanele in Durban. Hi, Zanele.
Morning, KG. It's very cold here in Durban.
Skis.
KG, last week you tabled a question about what we are doing as the level of unemployment is so high. So what are we doing? So I'm calling to give you guys a feedback as last year during the Women's Month, because what I did as I lost my job at 2021, and because I'm in the middle age, I'm unable to be employed now. So I've chosen to target a Women's Month. As last year, I came to the show to tell you guys, to tell the listeners and you guys that what I did, I've started a business. The way I started the business, KG, I didn't have a capital. On what I did, I just built a Mjondolwana wami there on the side of the road without a capital. So what I did, I've took only 50 rand to buy a packet of chips, and I started selling that packet of chips in order to accumulate, to get a profit to buy some other packet of chips. So I've succeeded on that. I've ended up adding a packet of rice, and beans and all that. So what I did in this Women's Month, because during the formation of the GNU, I started to sell upaya. So when I started upaya, KG, pie.
Oh, pie, like a...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I started to sell upaya. So the strategy I've used to sell upaya, because you know the street pie, the one that they are selling on the street, it is fried. So mine's one, I've used ulokuzana, 2-plate one with the oven to bake it. So the strategy I've used to sell it, I didn't choose the spot, that I'm going to go to the spot to stand there where there's a large volume of people, because there are so many people who are selling there. So I've chosen the system to walk on the road where whilst the people are rushing to catch the transport and all that. So it helped to me. It worked for me, because what's happening now, it took me to the point where I even buy myself made a uniform so they will be able to recognize me. So now, as I'm using that smaller stove to oven of mine, I'm saving to buy a big oven stove that I will use it, the gas one. So as if we don't have the electricity, I won't suffer for that. I will use the gas one. So I'm saving towards it. So what I'm trying to... So
business is booming, eh? Business is growing.
Yeah, it's growing a little bit, KG, because as I'm unemployed, if I have to buy bread, I have to take to that smaller profit of it, but I'm making sure that it is growing.
Well done.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes. I'll send you guys the photos for my new uniform.
Well done.
And KG, I've created the page of this business of mine. The page is called Iqibale Sizwe. Thank you, KG. Thank you.
The page is where on Facebook?
Yes, Iqibale Sizwe.
Iqibale Sizwe. I'm going to follow you, okay, when I finish work.
You'll be the first follower because I haven't get the followers yet.
I'm going to follow you.
Thank you so much, KG.
Okay, I have to write that down. Thanks, Anele. Janusz in Cape Town, hi.
Hi, KG.
Hi.
During the elections, we had a promise from DA. This time they're gonna sort it out, the crime in Western Cape, especially in Cape Town. We know these gangsters running, shooting the children, killing them. So what they said, and we're pushing them to create a special divisions of anti-gangsters unit. Mm-hmm. And they said, okay, we're gonna, and eventually gonna do it. We do the budget for that. We're gonna train the people, our own people, not SAPC, because we don't trust them. And because for many years it's happening, and nothing happened, no changes whatsoever. And now DA changed the tune. They say, no, we're not gonna do it anymore. We're gonna rely on the police, existing police formation, and nothing gonna change. For many years, people are killed. They killed everywhere, but especially in Cape Town, which was playing the Masipu Malele and other areas. The Philippines.
So you're saying the DA is reneging on election promises for the people on the outskirts of Cape Town?
Yeah, and could you please ask them to come to the studio or to tell us why they drop it? Of course, they will tell us nonsense as they usually do, but at least people will know that they are lying to us. They just politicize everything, and then we come to the action. There is no action. Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Because it was a promise, was it not, in their manifesto, if my memory is serving me correctly. But those manifestos are always very quickly forgotten post the elections. Let's hear some of your voice notes.
Good morning, KG. It's Manda here in Bushya Park. Unfortunately, we are now being led by angry, emotional politicians. As for now, definitely Panyaza doesn't like DA. So now Herman Mashaba is angry at the DA because he feels like DA betrayed them by supporting the ANC. So now Herman Mashaba is using Panyaza and others in Gauteng to take away DA from power, just as a revenge. Thank you.
Good morning, KG. KG, I'm calling. I'm in Durban, but I want to talk about Tshwane. Because even in Durban we have the same problem. The comrades they covering each other, they defending each other at the expense of the black people. Like in Tshwane, I heard that the mayor there in Tshwane came up with different mechanism to deal with fraud and corruption. One of the things that he said he want to do, which is vehemently opposed by the comrades, is that he's going to install the cameras for the pickup trucks to see the number of load of waste that is being collected and its movement. So comrades don't want that. I can't go to all the items that they're proposing. But black people have let us down for 30 years. If people are trying to be smart and say that there are some black political leaders who are very, very capable, blah, 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 where are those leaders? Where are those leaders?
Hi, KG. Wow. Isn't it surprising, or maybe not, that you see the likes of Siyabonga Gama and Brian Relief and all of these people going into parliament? We, the taxpayers of this country, are going to be paying for these guys. Wow. And these guys are facing corruption charges in court. It is really nice.
Good morning, Sis KG. You are speaking to Hika from Boshop. You know what's happening in the ANC and all the electorate, especially in Maluti-Apofung. The people of Maluti-Apofung, they don't want to learn. They keep on voting these criminals into power. Then after that, they cry foul about not having been service delivered to them. So they must also learn, because the ANC is very good at rewarding bad behavior. Thank you very much.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
In August, we celebrate our amazing women farmers who nourish and clothe our nation.
Farmers and researchers and academia can work closely.
Catch Living Land on Sundays at 11 a.m. on SABC2.
Need a loan? Pay for what you need when you need it with a personal loan from Nedbank. And if you open a My Goals Plus or My Goals Premium account, you can enjoy 200 Rand cashback every month for the duration of your loan. That's 200 Rand every month to buy extra groceries or save for a rainy day. Visit nedbank.co.za and join the bank that's best for your loans. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Big ups to all the women of Africa Dzonga. Incredible characters in various fields. When you set your mind onto something, your winning mentality is difficult to defeat. On and off the field. Your excellence in the world of sport speaks volumes. You are the great inspiration to the nation. Happy Women's Month, courtesy of SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Get affordable car insurance and do more with the money you could save every month. 69-year-old Vivian can afford to treat herself more now that she pays an awesome car insurance premium of only 749 Rand per month to insure her grey 2024 Suzuki Jimny AT5DR. Do you want more? SMS out to 30754 to get a quote. That's out to 30754 now. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
You are listening to KG Mwekezi on SAfm.
9:52. Welcome back to the open line on the talking point 086 000 2032 086 000 2032 on WhatsApp 061 410 4107 061 410 4107. Kandisa Komatlosana, the former Northwest Premier. Hi, Kandisa.
Hi, morning, KG. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, KG. KG, you remember the premier of Northwest, it was Mr. Bushimak.
Yes.
If Mr. Mate was sick.
Yes.
And then the chairperson of ANC came in as a premier.
Acting, yes.
Yes. And since Dr. Bushimak said his program for 5 years is going to create jobs for people of Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has happened. No, Maloy came in and then he said, I'm going to create jobs for people of Northwest. Even today, there's no jobs. And then you have now new premier also come with issue of is going to create jobs for people of Northwest. But when you can check, KG, go to each municipality, you get friends of these PEC members. And we have to be quiet as members of ANC when our people are suffering on the ground. Now, COSATU in Northwest and Communist Party, they are also having problem with this PEC. To say they are not consulting them when they take out mayors. How can you take a mayor because it's a Xhosa man? You say you don't want Xhosa in Northwest. It's not good. And let me tell you, KG, girlfriends of these other mayors and people who are in the office of the mayors are working in municipalities. If you don't take him in his office, you take him to the speaker's office. You see? And we cannot be quiet as members of ANC. ANC is in crisis because of people who we don't know where they come from. Others, they come from opposition party because it's having a link with the chairperson or somebody in PEC. You must be a mayor, you must be whatever in the municipality.
Wait, I'm a bit confused
because now the deputy speaker of the municipal legislature, he produced a wrong metric certificate. Wrong metric certificate, the deputy speaker. Also, the chairperson of the province in Northwest.
Here's my confusion though, Kandisa. You're a member of the ANC, right? You sound to me like a member of the ANC, in fact, in good standing and one who participates and is very active in issues of the ANC. I'm very surprised as to why you don't ventilate those issues inside the structures of the ANC. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you bring them here to the radio station and not take them to the ANC inside the PEC of the Northwest.
Let me tell you, I'm not opposing my organization. ANC has nothing wrong it's doing. You can raise these issues because there are meetings that are held at night.
But who handles membership issues? Because you're talking to us about membership issues, and we're not members.
Let me tell you, if you raise issues, even Balula knows me. He knows me. I'm sending him messages. I speak him. Even Gwedemantash, I told him. All of them, I told them.
Okay. Thanks, Kandisa. Thank you. Skhumbuzo, in Harrismith, you want to talk police brutality. Hi, Skhumbuzo.
Sawubona, KG.
Sawubona now, Skhumbuzo.
My name is Mbuso.
Sorry?
My name is Mbuso, not Skhumbuzo.
Our Kanya has renamed you Skhumbuzo ngiyaxolisa. Mbuso, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu.
Okay, no problem, KG. Please don't mind my English. It's very poor, right?
No problem.
There is an issue. There's a problem here. There is a guy who lost his girlfriend. I think it was last year. That girlfriend got lost, she disappeared, and then she was found dead after days, right? And then she was buried. After some months, policemen came straight to this guy, SAfm. I figure I'm funa isbam because I'm a Zumsolo, I'm funa isbam. Then he gave them isbam sakhe esisemthethweni ahamba naso amaphoyisa. Abuye, then they called him ukuthi akeze azothatha isibhamu sakhe sesihloliwe, and upon arriving,
you know what the challenge of this conversation is? It sounds to me like you're talking to me on speaker, and as a result I can't even hear properly what it is that you're saying. I can't.
I'm not on speaker.
You're on the road.
I'm not on speaker, KG. I mean, I've just parked my truck and then I'm talking to you straight. How is it now?
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, fine. And then policemen took the guy, they beat him up so cruelly, forcing him to admit that he killed that girl. And then now the guy is in police custody. There is no case going on. They say ufakazi abhlangani. There is no evidence, but they are still keeping the guy. And then now, what's worrying most now? What's worrying the family and the parents is it is alleged that inside the police cells, policemen got in and then they've just beat him up again, forcing him to admit that he just killed the girl. Now the problem is, how are we going to live like this in the community where we have to suffer in the hands of policemen? This is very much worrying, KG. I mean, we don't even know where to start, where to go. The family is very much worried. They are crying because of the police brutality. Now the evidence is not enough, but they are still keeping the boy there. They are just beating.
You know what, Mbuso?
Yeah.
Can I ask that maybe we park your issue and talk again about it tomorrow on the open line? Because it sounds like it needs more time, and I don't have any more time. So I'm going to ask Kanya to take Mbuso's number, and then we will hear him again on the open line tomorrow. It's 10 now. Ondela Mdana has the news. Thank you, KG. Top stories at 10. El Dorado Park School's governing body threatens a shutdown and tries to halt no confidence motion against him. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mdana, and a very good morning. The El Dorado Park Schools Governing Body Forum, south of Johannesburg, is threatening to shut down all schools in the area and disrupt ongoing matric preliminary exams if Gauteng Education MEC Madome Chilwane does not meet with them by tomorrow. The forum is demanding that Chilwane discuss ill-disciplined learners in schools who they say are holding schools hostage with their behavior. Karis Pretoria says the spokesperson for the El Dorado Park Schools SGB Forum.
We've had incidents of shooting, incidents of stabbings. Just recently, we've had 3 classrooms gutted by fire that unfortunately was started by 3 learners at the school. Now, the biggest challenge here is that the Department of Education is basically turning a blind eye to the challenges that we are facing, especially our district office. They don't come out. There's no trauma counselling. There's no support received by the schools from the district office. So we've said, well, if the district is not going to come to us, maybe the MEC will hear our cry when it comes to securing our schools.
Civil society organization Defend Our Democracy will today picket outside the South African Revenue Service offices in Pretoria to urge government to protect whistleblowers. The solidarity protest follows a recent assassination attempt on advocate Coreth Nadir in KwaZulu-Natal. Nadir was investigating a 37 million rand tax case involving businesswoman Sean Mkhize at the time of the attack. The incident also comes after the murders of curator Claude Marais and his son, who were working with Nadir. Andres Sibanyoni is the spokesperson at Defend Our Democracy.
It will be appropriate of the government to move with speed in giving all the whistleblowers and investigators who are dealing with these high-profile cases protection so that the organized syndicate should find it hard to continue in killing people. It is honest and hardworking men and women who want to see some good governance or deal with fraud and corruption in their workplaces.
Tshwane Mayor Celia Brink has approached the High Court in Pretoria to try and prevent opposition parties from removing him as mayor tomorrow. In late court papers, they are now in possession of SABC News. The Tshwane Mayor wants the court to block an upcoming motion of no confidence against him. Brink has been Tshwane Mayor since end of March last year after succeeding the late Dr. Murunwa Makwarela. The motion will officially be tabled and debated in the Tshwane Council. A 31-year-old suspected serial rapist is appearing in the Umlazi Magistrate Court in connection with 27 cases of rape and robbery. KwaZulu-Natal police say that the suspect was wanted for a series of rape and robbery cases that he allegedly committed at the Glebelands hostel, mostly at the nearby sports grounds. His first case has been tracked to 2021, where he allegedly made contact with a 30-year-old woman over the internet, offering her a job and then allegedly raping her at his hostel room. Police say investigations have so far linked the suspect to at least 27 cases of rape through DNA samples. The Johannesburg Emergency Services has urged residents to be vigilant when using heating devices during the coming weekend. This follows a warning from the South African Weather Services that temperatures will plummet from Friday. A severe cold front is sweeping across the southern regions of the country, bringing cold conditions to most parts of the country. Johannesburg EMS spokesperson Robert Mulaudzi says they will remain on high alert.
We therefore would like to urge our residents to ensure that all heating devices are well looked after, not to leave them unattended while in use, so that we can be able to prevent fire incidents which might occur during this cold front. From our side as the City of Johannesburg Emergency Management Services, we will remain on high alert throughout the coming weekend to ensure that we can respond to all the emergencies which might occur in all 7 regions of the city.
A court in the U.S. state of Nevada has sentenced a former politician to life in prison for murdering an investigative journalist. Robert Tellis killed Jeff German 2 years ago after the reporter wrote a critical article around his time as Clark County public administrator. Prosecutors said he blamed the journalist for ruining his career when he failed to get re-elected. The Clark County District Attorney Steve Wilson said it was the right verdict.
Today's verdict should send a message, and that message is a clear message that any attempts to silence the media or to silence or intimidate a journalist will not be tolerated. That's what occurred in this case. That's what occurred, and that's why today justice was served.
Recapping the top story, the Eldorado Park Schools governing body forum south of Johannesburg is threatening to shut down all schools in the area and disrupt ongoing matric preliminary exams if Gauteng Education MEC Matombe Chilwane does not meet with them by tomorrow. I am Ondela Mbana for SAfm News, headlines at 10:30 with Madubi Makhalimele.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m. The Foxes are highly motivated to wrap up the month of August with maximum points.
Jamie Vardy! Again for Leicester City! Ageless, priceless, and timeless!
Yet the Villains are fully focused on travelling back home with vital 3 points.
Larkin towards Randy, but John Duran! Oh, it's John Duran! Rolls it into the net, puts Aston Villa 1 goal
This
ahead.
is the Premier League. Do not miss out on the glittering action between Leicester City FC and Aston Villa FC on Saturday, 31 August at 3:30 p.m. Live on SABC3 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on SABCsport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Talking Point on SAfm. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Welcome back. It's the second hour of the Talking Point on SAfm, and join the conversation whenever you want to on 086 000 2032. We're about in a short while to have a conversation with the Minister of COGTA, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Velinkosi Hlabisa, to get his response to the Auditor General's report, which found that only 34 municipalities obtained clean audits. But before we speak to the minister, here are your voice notes.
Good morning, Sis KG. This is Moscow Sengele Mawaro from Malatan. Sis KG, this SAfm is a public broadcaster. Everyone on the right and then so these MK members, they are always angry, man. I don't know what's wrong with them. So yeah, politics, more about gate, man. Bakwatile man ukwata usho next and Bob Montana, those people baba pointile just to batlola against Ramaphosa and then about angeba succeed. Thank you.
Hi SAfm. I have an issue here. By the look of the eye, men are the ones who are taking South Africa to the wrong direction because they are in the political spheres. They are the leaders. They are the presidents, they are the chairpersons. They are the ones who are taking this country to the wrong direction. Criminal activities mostly are men. GBV mostly are men there. They are doing those things. So what can we do? I'm saying this because I'm just worried. The country is going to be in a mess for the longest time. As long as we are just giving these men the platform to rule us. It's time we the women of South Africa to stand up and fight for our children, for the future of our children. Thank you very much.
Apologies, KG. I was saying that Zanele, I think is her name, from Durban, who is saving for that gas stove or something. I have no issue to help out. I don't have a hell of a lot, but let's make the table a little bigger. So yeah, if there's any way to get hold of her, I don't mind to help out a little bit. Thanks, KG. Bye.
Morning, Sisi KG. Zuma knew if you could put certain faces on the voters' roll, like the faces of Gama and Monife and Kamba on the voters' roll, people were not going to vote. It was going to be questionable. So he put innocent faces there for people to vote. Now they voted, those people, they are withdrawn. He's replacing them with the initial ones, the Gamas and the Molifes now. He fooled his voters. He fooled his supporters. Norman from Brixton.
The SAfm University Debate Challenge is back. Join us for the 1 hour debate on This Week Today with Oliver Dixon from 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, the 30th of August 2024 at the SABC in Bloemfontein. The University of the Free State will take on the Central University of Technology in what promises to be a nail-biting debate. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is an independent, non-partisan progressive initiative seeking to develop confident communicators, critical thinkers, and empowered global citizens. If you want to attend the debate, you can email info@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
10:14, it's time for the Municipal Watch, and this morning on our Municipal Watch feature, we're speaking to the National Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velenkosini Hlabisa, to get his response to the Auditor General's report, which found that only 34 municipalities obtained clean audits. The Minister has so far promised to look into the different structures that run municipalities and will also reveal his plans in a few days' time. He joins us on the line now. Minister, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. And maybe we start there, getting your response to the Auditor General's report.
Good morning, KG and the listeners of SAfm. Firstly, as we have even made a statement, we have welcomed the audit outcomes as released by the Auditor General, and we know this information should have been in the public domain for quite some time, but due to elections, it was only released as late as this week. The outcomes do not give a good picture, as it has always demonstrated the same over many years. COGTA, as a leading department over municipalities, is on a program of turning things around. We adopted a theme when we were presenting our budget that every municipality must work. What we have done as COGTA, we have classified the 257 municipalities to functional municipalities and middle functioning municipalities and dysfunctional municipalities. We have taken a further step amongst the dysfunctional municipalities to identify 10 worst municipalities in South Africa. Together with the presentation of the AG's report in Cabinet last week, the Cabinet agreed to establish the Interministerial Committee led by COGTA, which includes departments like Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, Electricity, and Treasury. These departments are service delivery departments at municipal level. We have started to draft a turnaround plan that will be introduced in the Cabinet in 21 days. This turnaround plan will have short-term goals, medium-term goals, and long-term goals. The short-term goals will be a period of 3 months. The change we want to see immediately. 6 months, medium-term goals, and 12 months. Over a period of 12 months, there must be a shift in all the municipalities towards a right direction. And this is going to be a collective approach that will include the national government, COGTA, leading provincial MEC for COGTA and premiers, and the local government spheres, because we need to work together to fix the non-service delivery in our municipalities, and it is now, and we cannot allow any further poor service delivery to our people.
It's worrying, Minister, that 48% of municipal performance reports include even unreliable and useless information that complicates the efforts to assess the municipal performance and address. It's almost as if there's also issues of incompetence within municipal workers. How do you deal with that then?
I quite agree with you, KG. In the turnaround plan, we will zoom in firstly in the top 10 worst performing municipalities, and thereafter concentrate in the 35 dysfunctional municipalities in South Africa, where we want to have a precise information. What are the qualifications of the municipal managers, the CFO, Director Technical Services, and Corporate Services, because these are key departments to make a municipality functional. This will assist us to see, do we have the right people in right positions? Because whatever turnaround plan, if you have wrong people, it will not work. Over and above the professionalization of the local government, we will flag each mayor. What is the competence the mayor has? The speaker. Because if the mayors and speakers do not have necessary competence, I'm not referring to degrees, but there must be basic.
Did we lose the minister? I think we've lost the minister, guys. The line has cut. And I wanted to talk to the minister about the issue of the ecosystem and the culture. Because how do you redefine a culture of non-performance? Anybody that lives in South Africa will tell you of general challenges around dealing with municipalities in terms of just, dealing. Have we got the minister back? Maybe let's go to a commercial break. No, we don't. Minister, can you hear me? No.
Let us know that.
Let's go to a break. Let's go to a commercial break, and let's hopefully clear the line, and then we'll come back with the minister.
Our brand new Miss South Africa 2024 is Mia!
It's interesting, the fact that the girls never get to sleep after being crowned.
It is true, but I also believe when we did Crown Chasers, it also gave us a sneak peek in the life of being a Miss South Africa. So I believe we all, when we came back after Crown Chasers, we knew what we signed up for.
Yeah.
Okay, you might not get a lot of sleep, but your purpose and your why has to be stronger than your fatigue.
Oh, I like that. Your purpose and your why have to be stronger than your fatigue.
Yes.
I'm going to write that somewhere. I'm going to use that as my mantra every day. Your purpose and your why have to be stronger than your fatigue.
Exactly.
I love it. Mia LaRue, first ever hard of hearing Miss South Africa.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
We apologize for that bad line. We had to change the line. We've been in conversation for our municipal watch with the COGTA Minister, Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa, the National Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And of course, this is post the outcomes of the Auditor General's report, or the Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke, who highlighted that only 34 of South Africa's 257 municipalities obtained clean bills of health. I'm hoping that the line will hold now with Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa. Minister, I wanted to deal with the issue of the general perception, and it's a general perception in South Africa everywhere, irrespective of what the Auditor General has said. In fact, one of the things that the Auditor General herself said is that, you know, all of the role players in the ecosystem have to deliberately work with urgency towards a culture of performance and a culture of accountability and transparency and institutional integrity, because there's a general perception that exists in South Africa that municipalities are just not functioning efficiently. How are you going to manage that and have that turn around so that I as a citizen can, you know, have faith in municipalities functioning and functioning effectively for me as a citizen, for all of us as citizens?
KG, I'm sorry for the
line.
Connection. Yes, but what is very different this time around, the president of our country, he made focus directed to the local government when he made his address to the nation, and he made a clarion call that let us all make the local government work for our people, because we realize unless the local government is functional, there will be no development.
Yes, because that's our interface. That's how we deal with government on a day-to-day basis as citizens.
Now, the question is what you have raised. People have lost trust in the government, especially at the local government, because that is where they expect services. The turnaround plan will bring back trust and confidence to our communities, because one, as I said, we will start now to question the qualifications of people we have in leading administratively and also politically. We know politicians will not need certain qualifications, but we want to raise this matter with all political parties, that the people who lead at the local government level must have a certain competency that gives confidence to our community, that also enables them to comprehend what we are dealing with and what we need to do to bring change, and introduce accountability, transparency, consequence management, in order to bring back integrity of the local government to our people. Once people see a change in those areas, as I said, there will be a short-term goal, 3 months, medium-term goal, 6 months, and long-term goal, 12 months. There must be a shift in terms of performance
and the direction being taken by our municipalities.
Give us an idea, Minister, of, for example, that short-term goal that you're going to give them as something that you require of them. Because, like I said, it's slow. It has no impact on local government. It's extremely slow and has very little impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans. So when you say you're going to, give them targets, short-term, mid-term, long-term, give me the example of the short-term goal that you'd give the worst performing, in the bottom 10, a short-term goal that they would have to do in a 3-month period, for example.
KG, I would prefer to give a full briefing because we gave 21 days to come and table this turnaround plan. But I can indicate one matter. There are municipalities who are not submitting how they spend money, the annual financial statements. We are going to draw a line on that one. All municipalities must submit their AFS to Auditor General by the end of this month, 31st of August, and there will be no exception. That is the line we will draw. Whether you are not ready, submit that you have to show how did you use the money that was made to your disposal. There are municipalities for 3 years are not submitting, and the other one for 2 years are not submitting. We are going to draw a line on that one. That you can't carry on as usual. You will need to change now.
Yeah.
It's either you get a disclaimer or but no option of not submitting. There will be a number of short-term goals where we want people to change the bad culture to adopt a good culture of doing what is right. We will zoom in to municipalities that adopted unfunded budgets. But how do you adopt a budget for a money you don't have? Why don't you remove the nice to have and remain with the core issues that you must do? All the municipalities that adopted unfunded budgets in a short period of 3 months, they must give us a review that in February, when they adopt a revised budget, it must be a funded budget. Because you can't carry on budgeting on the money you don't have, because definitely you're not going to deliver, because you promise people, you commit in public, but you know that money you don't have. That should come to an end too.
We are in conversation with the COGTA Minister, the National Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Velenkosini Hlabisi. We'll continue our conversation with the Minister in a short while. It's time for the news headlines. Mudupi Makhalimele is standing by.
Thank you very much, KG, and a very good morning to you. In your headlines this hour, the Western Cape High Court will today hear an urgent interdict sought by civil society organization Ndifuna Ugwazi to prevent the logistics company Transnet from further evicting people living on its land. A 17-year-old grade 11 learner has appeared in the Polokwane Children's Court in Limpopo for the alleged sexual assault of grade R learners at a private school. And the Eldorado Park SGB Forum is threatening to shut down all schools in the area in the south of Joburg and disrupt the ongoing matric prelims exams if the Gauteng Education MEC does not meet them by tomorrow. And those are your headlines. A full news update at the top of the hour.
The rand is currently trading at 17 rand 72 to the dollar, 23 rand 39 to the pound, and 19 rand 65 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mixed at the closing bell. The JSE is mainly higher in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are higher at this hour. Gold is trading at $2,518 and platinum at $943 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $78.59 a barrel.
From 1936 to the future. From Ekaya, Ekasi, to Jozi and Urkan to the world. From dance and poetry to stages filled with our hopes and dreams. From SABC radio stations to cross-border triumphs. From drama, comedy and heart-pounding sport to raise our flag. From culture and spirit to the streets where talent is grown. From generation to generations and the shows that kept us entertained. So, what are you waiting for? Kumbule Kaya. SABC has always been home to our joy, stories, and Msanti's magic. Come home to SABC Plus, still home to the best of who we are.
The SAfm University Debate Challenge is back. Join us for the 1-hour debate on This Week Today with Oliver Dixon from 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, the 30th of August 2024 at the SABC in Bloemfontein. The University of the Free State will take on the Central University of Technology in what promises to be a nail-biting debate. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is an independent, non-partisan progressive initiative seeking to develop confident communicators, critical thinkers, and empowered global citizens. If you want to attend the debate, you can email info@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Museum, Dr. Vuyani Gwegi Boy, will engage SAfm listeners on how the Nelson Mandela Museum is preserving, promoting and protecting the legacy of Nelson Mandela. He'll further unpack the 2023-24 audit outcome results. Tune into the Talking Point and the National Pulse to hear about the latest developments within the museum and the upcoming Liberation Heritage Indaba.
#SAfm Talking Point.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You are listening to the Municipal Watch, and as we said earlier, we are in conversation today with the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. This is Minister Velinkosini Hlabisa. This is post the outcomes, of course, post the outcomes of the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General gave a report 2 days ago. She highlighted that 34 of South Africa's 257 municipalities obtained clean bills of health, and we are in conversation with Minister Velinkosini Hlabisa. Minister, I was asking the issue of managing perception earlier because part of the things that the Auditor General asked is that, you know, she urged that national government particularly and provincial government importantly also needs to intensify their support for these municipalities, and she stressed that there's a need for a sustained effort to improve, the financial health and service delivery. So, that order specifically came through from the Auditor General, who said there has to be better support from your office to the municipalities.
KG, before I come to your question, there is one other thing which is going to be put under a short-term goals in the turnaround plan. The government departments owe billions of rands to municipalities and they don't pay them. And that causes municipalities fail to achieve their goals because they are owed by the government departments. We have engaged the National Treasury this morning and they will guide the government as to how to compel government departments to pay what is due to municipalities. Because it is irresponsibility that the National Treasury makes money available to departments, and departments choose not to pay the local government sphere. We want to bring to an end that one also. It's either the government departments pay the money or Treasury finds a way to force them. That the money rather not go to you, what you owe to municipalities, you will be forced to be redirected to municipalities. We need a collaborative effort to make our municipalities work, not to make them dysfunctional.
And go on.
Oh, yes, KG. No, it's fine. You can ask.
But part of the challenge of South Africa is, though, you are burdened with a lot of indigent households in these municipalities who end up not paying for services, not because they don't want to, but because they're indigent household. How do you then manage that?
That would be a second stage, KG. But the first one, the government does have the allocation from National Treasury. They choose to do the nice to have. We want to stop that one. Secondly, business people. Business people who are not paying what is due to municipalities, we will need to devise strategies to support the local government, how to compel business people to pay what is due. But for business people to pay what is due, a municipality must be functional, it must provide water, it must collect refuse, it must fix potholes, so that business people will have courage to put more money and make the government at a local sphere functional. That is where we will come in with support. And when it comes to indigenous people, not the
indigent
people who
people.
cannot pay, indigent, I'm sorry, indigent people.
Yes.
There are exemptions that are given to indigent people. The government must first of all have the indigent register so that it knows who are people that we are not going to collect anything. We give free water, we give free basic electricity, we provide basic services at no cost. It is the responsibility of a municipality to have that data. But at most, there are many people who are able, affording, working, who should pay for their services. We need to get into a process of mobilization, that if we want to make municipalities functional, those who are able, they must pay their bills, but start with the government departments. Go to people who are working. You know, SARS know how they compel you at the end of the day if you do not want to pay what is due to SARS. We need to escalate this one to that level, but get the operations at a local government right. The moment the government is able to provide services, people will be keen to pay. People will say, why should I pay for water if I don't have it when I need it? Why should I pay for rates if there are potholes? There is no maintenance. Everything is upside down. We need to create that environment that will encourage people to pay what is due to the municipality.
Yeah, of course. The big question also is about how are you going to nip in the bud, at the lack of a better choice of words, the issue of wasteful expenditure, because that ballooned to about 7.4 billion rand, and that's a lot of money, to go into wasteful expenditure. What immediately are you going to do about that before I go to the calls? Because there's a lot of people that want to talk to you as well.
To deal with wasteful expenditure, you must introduce consequence management. What we will do, we will request every municipality to give details, the actions taken in relation to wasteful expenditure. Where criminal cases must have opened, we must be given evidence that this is an action that was taken. if it was an internal election, what action was taken, what was the outcome of that action. We will want practical evidence of that. Unless you introduce accountability and consequence management, things will continue the same and it will result the same, if not worse, outcomes the following year. If you want change, do things differently. Then you will see change.
Absolutely. We're in conversation with Minister of COGTA, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Velinkosini Hlabisi, and we invite your calls on 086 000 2032. Of course, this is post the audit outcomes as given by the Auditor General Zakani Maluleke. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial for you to talk to the Minister. We're also on the WhatsApp line 061 410 4107. Mandla Komaluti Apofung. You want to talk the relationship between local municipalities and business with the Minister. Good morning, Mandla.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, KG. Good morning, Minister, Mr. Sabisa. Yes,
good morning,
quickly. Yes, I will go quickly. Where do we report the municipality when our money, I'm doing business in town here in Harrismith, you see, but now they're taking our money to the other district, to the other municipality. Our district is Thabo Mofutshwanyana. Then they're taking the business to Dithabeng in Bethlehem, you see. But now they don't want to give us, the Kwakwa people, because we are governed by Kwakwa, they don't want to give us a business, you see. When you go to the mayor, then they tell you these other stories, many stories. Where do we report actually the municipality if they don't want to work with the local people, to give the local people a business? Thank you very much, KG. I will listen on the radio.
Okay, thank you, Mandla. Do you want to respond, Minister?
Yes, I can, KG. The technicality, Mandla is a business person.
Yes.
The local municipality is giving money to people outside of the boundaries of the municipalities. You see, every municipality, I agree, they will say we want people who will meet requirements when an advert is made, but you must look for people within the municipality. If you take all business outside your boundaries, you are investing outside your boundaries. You can give whatever reasons, that people are not competent, they don't meet requirements, but in the whole municipality, it shouldn't be that you don't have people with competencies who meet requirement of whatever tender that is going out. That is all as far as I can go as far as, because we cannot prescribe. That gives people within the boundaries of the municipalities. But what is ideal and good, you must invest within the municipality, find competencies within the municipalities. Then if you say there is none, we can't say take even people who do not qualify within the municipality.
Okay, thanks for that response, Minister. Dumile in the Eastern Cape. Morning, Dumile.
Good morning, no, Minister. Minister, I want to find out, since I think with the system the way it is, it's broken up in certain ways, and we know that there are certain areas where we won't be involved, like where it's a certain political party that's running a municipality somewhere because it's dominating. Now, when you come from a certain political party, now I want to understand, how are you going to fix those areas where political parties there's influence on municipalities and leading to all kinds of stuff that are not okay? Otherwise, we hear the nice speak, but how can we hold you accountable? Because this thing has been going on for a very long time. Okay, thanks a lot.
Dumilo, are you...
No, I get what he's talking about.
You got what he said, okay.
No, I understand what he's talking about.
Okay.
I can come in, KG.
Go ahead.
One, let us start with the president of the country, who is the leader of the ANC. He went on public and said, let us fix our municipalities. As a minister, we have identified 10 worst performing municipalities. We will expose this information. We will make it public. Once you have presented it to cabinet, it will go public that these are the worst performing municipalities, and we will present what are our recommendations to be done. It will be up to a political will to fix the challenges in our municipalities. We need a political will from all political parties in South Africa. Every political party knows if you don't serve people right, they have a right in 2026 not to vote you, but to vote you out and get someone else who will serve their needs better. How are we going to enforce? People who are not submitting AFS will draw a line. We will take our recommendation to Cabinet that these people are given so much months to do this one, and if they fail, we will recommend consequence management. I have confidence in the government of national unity that this time around, we want things to be done in a correct way. I have confidence in the president of the country, the bold statement he made that let us focus at the local government was not an empty statement, but he knew and he is determined that with information in front of the government, actions will be taken.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go to a commercial break. I see you, Butana and Rosebank, John and Davidton, Anonymous in KwaZulu-Natal, and I see the many voice notes that have come through for the minister as well. So let's go to the quick commercial break and then come back with everybody. We're in conversation with Minister of COGTA, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Velinkosini Hlabisa, and we are talking the audit outcomes that came through from the Auditor General Zakani Maluleke.